sorry. Be better.
All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new, thank you guys for being here with me. Thank you for waiting patiently. We already have nearly 400 people here, which is uh, very awesome. Very, very awesome. So I have to give a big thank you right off the bat for that. Um, we have more to discuss today. I don't necessarily know. Look, I may be doing some ranting today. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I mean, I'm a little bit hmm, what's the best way to explain it? It's one of those days where you wake up and you're like, I don't feel like this isn't the worst I've ever felt, certainly not. But I think I don't know, those who work out, maybe you understand this feeling. I did a really really brutal workout yesterday and I guess I tend to forget that when you do that, the next day, obviously you're gonna feel it. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna feel physically, like, yeah, I worked out my body and I'm in pain. That's normal. No pain, no gain. We all know that. But sometimes it feels like it goes like a step further, where I feel like mentally, psychologically affected by it, and it just makes me feel like it takes a lot more effort to get moving, to get in the groove of things. Um, and I noticed it's been a while since I felt this way, because it's been quite some time since I had a workout that intense, a workout that grueling. But yeah, my muscles are sore. They are very very sore. Dude? Okay. Boss, you're becoming you're becoming concerning, man. I'm not even 10 minutes into the stream. Boss, don't you? He's acting so weird, dude. He's about to knock my TV down, bro. What are you doing? Psst. Hey, he heard a noise, dude. He heard a noise, and he's losing his mind. I would show you, but I don't can't even turn my camera that way. Hey, whatever. I'm just gonna have to leave him be and hope that he doesn't destroy something over there. Um, Illegal Monkey, thank you so much, man, for becoming a member. I missed that originally. Shout out to you, man. Welcome aboard. That's already one member today. Look, I set the membership goal to 50. You guys know I don't normally do that, if ever. We had a record breaking stream yesterday. I have no expectation. I'm not asking anything of anybody. But you guys told me yesterday I should probably just set it at 50, and just for the sake of not just me but everybody having to hear the crazy soundboard. Anytime I have to update it, the soundboard goes crazy. So I'll just leave it there for now. But shout out to you, Illegal Monkey. Thank you for becoming a member. Look forward to your exclusive member perks. But yeah, today as you can see with the title of my stream here, I say Sony is about to shake the industry. Xbox fans are begging Microsoft to sign third-party exclusive deals. This is something that I have been seeing quite a bit of, I would say. I'd say that in the last couple of days, more so. This wasn't necessarily a conversation that started when Microsoft was releasing Redfall, or when Phil Spencer was giving his interview. Actually, believe it or not, I noticed that this conversation began, the whole Xbox fans wanting Microsoft to sign more third-party exclusivity deals. I noticed this conversation began once the rumor came out. It's not necessarily a new rumor, but it seems like at this point, yeah, it's happening. This is real. That Sony has signed an exclusivity deal not just for Silent Hill, but for Metal Gear and even for Castlevania. Honestly, this is like salt in the wound to Xbox fans with a rumor like this coming out so soon after everything that's been going on with Xbox. And I think in response, a lot of Xbox fans are now starting to basically turn to Microsoft and be like, look, you guys have been pursuing Activision Blizzard for a long time now, and it's looking like it's shaky and it's probably not going to work out. So, maybe instead you guys should start getting very serious about, doing what Sony's doing, sign some exclusivity deals, get some of these big games exclusively to the Xbox. We got it's Jacoby. You're saying, imagine Sony having a timed exclusivity deal for GTA 6. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. And oh my God. No way, bro. No way. Am I, hold on, let me make sure I'm reading this right. Is that a 50 bomb, bro? Now you're just trolling, bro. No way. Abdallah Al-Bassam. Dude, I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. Abdallah. That's Abdallah A, I think is what I'll call you. Oh my God, dude. A 50 bomb. A 50 bomb. Dude. No way. No way. A 50 bomb, bro. I said it right? Okay, I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I'm terrible with pronunciation. So I'm glad I got your name right. I'm probably going to call you Abdallah A, if you're okay with that. Happy Dazed also following that up with a 5 membership gift. And we got Robert Hunter 9 becoming a member. Guys, you got... I don't even know what to say. Dude, I started this stream with 50, a goal of 50. You guys are crazy. What the hell? I'm like, oh, I'll start at 50. Surely it'll take a little bit of time to get to that. It'll take a little bit of time to get to that. Saying, wow, my ears hurt. I apologize if that was absurdly loud, man. But that was that's the sound off for a 50 bomb. Holy crap. Wow. You're saying that siren sound lasts way too long. I don't know. I feel like it's appropriate for a 50 bomb, but maybe it is too long. Let's talk about games. We're gonna talk about games, man. We will. But look at how insane our community is here. They won't let me talk about topics. They're like, nah, bro, here's a 50 bomb. But seriously, dude, thank you so much, Abdallah. That is huge, man. That is huge. Crushing our goal already for the day. Crushing our goal, man. Out of the gate. That is incredibly kind, bro. Incredibly generous. Exley 3000 following it up with another 20 gifted. Oh my God. Guys, once again, saying I'm lagging. I hope I'm not lagging. Exley 3000, bro, with another 20. We need to do what we did yesterday. We should talk about games. We will. Listen, that's the thing, guys. Look, I do have topics today. I do have things we're going to talk about, and we will. And many of you continue to just come out here and go nuts with the memberships. There's something important I have to say in regards to the memberships right now. A couple things. Number one, listen, if you see people in the chat, new people coming in, anybody that doesn't have a membership next to their name, please, guys, make sure you click the gift icons up top, opt in to be gifted memberships, because we are, I kid you not, like, you guys are gifting so many memberships that, for example, yesterday I had to basically sit there for a little while and wait for new people to come in to actually claim these gifts. So, we just got a 50 bomb from Abdallah, which is insane, dude. Like, that is insane. Abdallah, huge shout out to you, man. A 50 bomb. That's massive support for the channel, brother. And we got Robert Hunter 9 becoming a member, Illegal Monkey becoming a member, Happy Dazed gifting 5 memberships, and Exley 3000 dropping a 20 bomb. It's already doing that thing. I don't know what the total is so far, but we're over 75, I think, at this point, guys, already. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Huge props to this community. We set an absolutely absurd record yesterday, and yeah, I'm gonna dive into these topics. So listen. Here's what I'm gonna say. Here's what I'm gonna say in regards to the topics and the memberships. You guys are going so crazy with memberships these days that I think I am gonna have to start, like, we get the trains going, and you guys keep those trains going. When I start talking about a topic and I'm on a like I have a thought going, I'm gonna make sure that I finish that thought, and I'm gonna make sure I finish out what I'm saying before I acknowledge the memberships. And I hope everybody's okay. I'm sure everybody will be okay with that. Boss, dude, is there like a mouse over there or something, bro? What is going on? He's acting so weird. Psst. Come here. But my own cat won't even let me finish my thought. But yeah, I'm gonna try my best to do this because, like, I wanna keep the trains going. You guys know this. Like, I've said over and over again how important your support is to the channel, and you know it is everything basically. But I think in an effort to make sure that we can keep things more evenly balanced. Because I think out of everything I do, that's the biggest problem. I think the biggest problem is not that I spend time acknowledging the memberships and acknowledging the trains and whatnot. I think the problem is sometimes if it happens as I'm mid-thought and mid-topic, and then I completely deviate from that, sometimes to a point where I don't even remember what I was saying. So, to anybody who is considering gifting memberships, becoming members, doing super chats, don't let that deter you. You guys will have your time. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So just know that if you gift any memberships, if you put out a super chat, or if you become a member, if it seems like I'm taking a couple minutes or a little bit longer than that to acknowledge you, make no mistake, you will be acknowledged and you will be thanked and you will have your time. Okay. I don't want anybody to think that I'm ignoring their support. That is absolutely the last thing that I want anybody to think. All right. So yeah, shout out to you guys. Absolutely crushing it. I have to say this too before I dive into the topic. This is actually really important for you guys to know as well. We are reaching a point. So we have gained so many new members so fast. Okay, that we have we've either reached the limit or we are like at that limit and it's like slowly doling out. We're at a limit where more people on the channel, whether they're new people coming in, current subscribers, like the priority is beginning to shift right now to getting people to opt in to claim these memberships. That's how many memberships we're getting. It's crazy. It's crazy. I see somebody in the chat asking, what is a membership? A membership is basically, yeah, there's the Steven Seagal eating a carrot emoji. A membership is basically like a separate layer to the channel. When you become a channel member, you get access to exclusive perks that are only available for members. You get emojis you can use in the chat. You get exclusive live streams. You get exclusive videos. You get your name on the credits roll. So, we have incredibly generous people here who are constantly gifting memberships. As you can see, we're already past 75 memberships, and I haven't even talked about anything yet. And I know that annoys some people, but we are actually at a point. And so here's what I want to let you know. Here's the important thing. Okay. This isn't a major problem. Like, it's not a major problem. The reason being is I've been doing full-time streaming now for less than a month. It's been less than a month. I think we're approaching the 4th week. This either is the 4th week or we're approaching it. Everybody who has been gifted a membership from the time I started doing this till now, every membership gift is 1 month. It's 1 month. Okay. So once that month is up, the membership expires. And at that point, a person has to decide whether or not they want to continue to, remain a member or not, but it expires nonetheless. So what is clearly going to happen here is as we go further into this week and into next week, we're going to start seeing, well, you guys aren't going to see it, but I'm letting you know that people's memberships will begin to expire. And what's likely going to happen is because, yeah, you guys continue to gift so much, a lot of these people are going to get gifted again. Again, obviously, what I would like everybody to do who is a member, please consider re-upping your membership and supporting the channel month over month. But, I just want to make that known as well, because if you start to see in the chat, as we're seeing, like the distribution of these gifts is slowing down, it's because we are at a threshold. We are at a threshold, or we're, approaching that threshold. But in the coming weeks, like in the next week or two, that threshold is going to be gone. All right. So I just wanted to put that out there, make everybody aware. Apologies. I know I'm going on and on and on about memberships. I appreciate you guys and your patience. It's Jacoby. To get back to your super chat, you said, imagine if Sony had a timed exclusivity deal for GTA 6. I'll be honest with you, man, like there's no chance. I mean, I don't want to say there's no chance, but there's, I'd say, probably only a 1% to 2% chance of that actually happening. The more likely thing, I think there's like a 95% chance. I think there's like a 95% chance that Sony struck a marketing deal with Rockstar Games and Take-Two Interactive for GTA 6. And I could be wrong, and I don't know, there's a decent chance I could be wrong. But I do get the feeling that we will see GTA 6 at the upcoming PlayStation Showcase. And when it comes to exclusivity, look, if I know Sony, and I know you guys know Sony, well, let me put this here. Sorry guys, hold on, I'm having a technical situation here. God, oh my God, hold on. Sorry, it's like, I can't even. I don't know what just happened. Okay, sorry about that. If you know Sony and I know Sony, what we know about Sony is Sony likes their exclusivity deals, okay? Sony likes exclusivity. If they signed a marketing deal for GTA 6, I mean, that alone is going to be huge, okay? Like, I've talked about this at length before. If GTA 6 shows up at the PlayStation Showcase, that means Sony secured the marketing rights for it. That is going to be by far the biggest announcement at the showcase. That's just the reality of it. That is just simply the reality of it. Doesn't matter how many first-party games Sony shows. Doesn't matter how many exclusive games they have. The reality is GTA 6 will... to be honest, I kind of hope GTA 6 isn't at the PlayStation Showcase for that reason. I hope PlayStation Showcase isn't at the showcase because if GTA 6 shows up, it's gonna suck the oxygen out of the room. It's gonna steal the spotlight from literally everything. I could be wrong about that. That's just my opinion. So I really do kind of hope that GTA 6 gets announced on its own terms. But there's no doubt that if it shows up at the showcase, oh man, that's going to be, oh man, if I was Microsoft, I'd be like, no. Like, no, if I was Microsoft, dude, I'd be crying. I'd straight up be crying because that is just not fair, dude. Like, that's just straight up. Even I can say that that's just not fair. But I do think, regardless of where GTA 6 gets announced, where it shows up, it is going. I think Sony did secure the marketing rights for it, and man, they're going to move. Do you know how many PS5 Sony's going to sell just because of that? The amount of PS5s that GTA 6 is going to sell is going to be insane. It's going to be insane. I want to say that when it comes to the exclusivity side, I meant to say this a minute ago. I could see Sony securing exclusivity for certain things for GTA Online. Like, I don't know how Rockstar is planning on handling GTA Online. It's obviously going to be the most important thing for them with GTA 6. I don't know if they're going to, like, carry over GTA Online and, like, update the graphics, or I don't know if it's going to be like GTA Online 2. I have no idea how they're going to handle it, but what I could see happening is Sony, you know, if they sign a marketing deal, basically securing some GTA Online exclusive perks and stuff you can get in GTA Online. And that may seem dumb. Like, that may seem like, really, like, who cares? Well, actually, a lot of people would care, dude. A lot of people would care about that. Keep in mind, you know, Sony signed a deal with Rockstar to give out GTA 5, the PS5 version, for free to, like, PS5 owners for the first 3 months that the game was out. That should give you an idea of just, like, how far this deal has gone. You know, like, just how strong, I should say, the partnership between Rockstar, Take-Two, and Sony is. So, yeah, it's Jacoby. I mean, the reality is Sony wouldn't need to sign GTA 6 as an exclusive. They wouldn't be able to afford that, but they don't need that. Sony knows it. Rockstar knows it. The only thing Sony needs is the marketing rights and possibly a couple of GTA Online exclusives, and they're golden, man. Very important announcement for the channel, by the way. I'm glad I'm making this announcement now because we have over 930 people here, which is awesome. Thank you, guys. A lot of people have been asking me to add timestamps to the streams. I stream almost every day now, and a lot of people, you know, especially those who you know, who don't like the membership stuff. Why is this not working? They've been asking me to to start adding timestamps, and I'm happy to let you guys know. I don't think it's starting this week, but I think starting this upcoming Sunday and every week beyond. I've worked out an arrangement with Devil Shooter. He's going to be doing timestamps for every one of the streams I do on top of the podcasts. So that's something you can look forward to. I know a lot of people, they like the meat and potatoes of these streams, which is, you know, the topics and this, you know, so that should help. I'm happy to announce that. And yeah, Devil Shooter, he's a goat for doing that and helping us out. All right. So Silent X, you're saying, my other account, I'm confused reading this. Silent X says, my other account is Silent X Studios. Okay. I'm a channel member. Can I get unblocked? I haven't even spoken the chat. I want to use my main account to watch. Yeah, sure. No problem, man. I wouldn't know why you were blocked. People who haven't like said anything don't get blocked. So I don't know. I mean, I don't even think you could get blocked if you never said anything. So I don't know what's going on there, man. But you're saying your regular channel name is Silent X Studios. All right, I'll try to keep this super chat in mind when I'm done the stream. I'll go and check the block list and see if I can find you, man. Because I don't know. The only people who get blocked on the channel are people who have certainly said some things. But I'll look into that, bud. Josh, you're saying Phil says if they make great games, it won't shift console share. And at the same time, there's virtually zero hype for the 2-hour Xbox showcase. And PlayStation showcase is trending without even being announced. Well, doesn't that just say it all? Doesn't that just say it all, Josh? Because everything you said is true. It's absolutely true. You know, Phil made that statement, which we've, I've been sounding off, fighting back, pushing back against that statement from Phil Spencer because I think it's nonsensical. It's not, honestly, it's not even nonsensical. It's just objectively false. It's objectively not true. And I mean, look, I could go on again about what he said, but I will say I haven't noticed enough people calling Phil out for this. It's so weird, man. Like there's like is it just me or does it seem like there's some kind of weird all right, I don't want to say a double standard, but because maybe if I use the term double standard, maybe that's a bit much. Maybe a bit of an exaggeration. But what I'm trying to say is that, dude, people are all over Jim Ryan for just anything that man says. Jim Ryan opens his mouth and people are there, and it's something that lingers for like weeks and months and just a long time where it's like, Jim said this. People, they put up a picture of Jim Ryan and a quote next to him, in an effort to, basically make fun of him in the PlayStation, community. Meanwhile, Phil Spencer says like probably the most insane thing that the CEO of a gaming company has ever said. And it's not that I don't want to make it sound like people haven't called him out for it. They have, but like everybody's already moved on. Like everybody's just like, yeah, whatever. That sucks. She's like, what? Like, dude, if Jim Ryan said that, we'd still be hearing about it every day, every single day. Did you see SkillUp's opinion on the Phil Spencer interview? He agrees with Phil Spencer's takes. Oh, no, I haven't. I don't know. Where did SkillUp give his opinion on it? On Twitter, or did he make a video on it? Or I know he has a podcast as well. He probably talked about it on his podcast, if I had to guess. I would like to hear his opinion because I thought SkillUp was dead on. With his review of Redfall. I mean, I don't know. You're saying his video today? I might go check that out before the stream ends. I might go look into that because that's the thing, man. I've seen there's just something strange afoot here, man. There's something strange going on. I've seen more people than I ever would have imagined seeing, like, agreeing with Phil Spencer. And I'm like, you guys are falling for, I don't know what exactly you're falling for. I don't know if it's like reverse psychology or something, but like people need, like, I listened to Sacred Symbols recently, not the whole thing. But I specifically listened to Colin's take. Not just Colin, but I think with Chris Raygun's on there too, and Dustin. I wanted to listen to them because a lot of people consider like Sacred Symbols and those guys over there. A lot of people consider them like more objective, less biased, especially like Chris Raygun. And I wanted to hear what they had to say, and obviously they weren't as extreme as me, but generally speaking, I was in agreement with what they had to say because it was pretty similar to my thoughts on it, which is like, this is like defeatist attitude, like this is, and the most important thing that they picked up on is when Phil Spencer said that it's just not true if we make great games, I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe people do consider Sacred Symbols just as biased. I don't know. But I noticed like everybody was in agreement that like this is just not what Phil should be saying. And it just, it made me feel a little bit better because like, okay, well, I'm glad I'm not the only one at the very least. I mean, I know a lot of people generally, but I'm talking people, commentators and whatnot. And that's why it very much does surprise me to hear that Skill Up has apparently sides with Phil and is either defending him or agreeing with him, because, dude, like, I don't know, man. To me, that is truly problematic. Like, you can give credit where it's due. For example, I give credit to Phil Spencer for having, you know, the courage to do an interview like that and to be so candid. I give him credit for that. But that's as far as it goes, because after I give him his credit and I listen to what he has to say, I realize, wow, I disagree with almost everything you're saying. And it's actually kind of absurd that you're out here saying this to your fan base and to everybody who's listening. And it's just a situation to me where it's like, I'll be honest with you, and maybe this is a hot take. Maybe this is a hot take. You can let me know. I get the sense, and I get the feeling that what Phil said and the way he worded everything in his interview, he almost constructed it in a way, and he delivered his messaging in a way that I've noticed people are picking up on it. And it's becoming one of these scenarios where it's like, if you don't understand what Phil said, or you don't agree with what he said, or you're not getting the message clearly, it's because you just don't get it. You're not smart enough to understand where the industry is going and where the industry is and how it's just different than the way it was 10 years ago. If you really read between the lines of what Phil said when he made comments, like, I think people just want to go back to the like, honestly, Phil kind of talked to gamers as if they're stupid. That's what he did. And I think that, like, the more I think about it, the more I ponder it, that's why I was so pissed off. Because I was thinking to myself, like, why did his interview piss me off so bad? And it's because there's just this undertone. There's this undertone that when you read between the lines, I'm like, him saying, like, some people just want to go back to the days of discs and cartridges, and it's just not true. If we make great games, we can shift console market share in a significant way. We lost the digital era battle. It's like, dude, everyone knows this. Like, we all witnessed it. But you're the only one. And this is the thing that gets me, is Phil is seemingly like one of the only ones out here saying that shit. I've never heard anybody say that. I've never even heard the most hardcore of hardcore Xbox fanboy turn around and say, it's just not true. If we make great games, we're not going to sell a lot more consoles. And I get that it's like, well, he's just trying to say that they're not going to win the console war. Like, dude, Phil shouldn't be the one using the terminology console war or console race. Okay? The only thing Phil should be concerned about is how many Xboxes are you selling? Period. Like, it doesn't matter how many PS5 Sony's selling. It doesn't matter how many Switches Nintendo's. How many Xboxes are you selling? Not a lot. Not as much as you want. How do you rectify that? How do you correct that? Rocky Gaming says, how is he wrong? Listen to what I'm saying right now. How do you correct that? You're not selling enough consoles. How do you sell more consoles? You're not getting enough subscribers. To be fair, Phil did not talk about Game Pass subscribers. It's not like Phil came out and said, we're not getting enough subscribers. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But how do you get more subscribers? How do you get more subscribers to your video game service? How do you sell more consoles? You make great games. I mean, I don't get it, man. I don't get why Phil felt the need to talk to not only the Xbox fan base that way, but to the gaming community in general, where it's like, dude, you could have said so many other things and it would have just sounded so much better. Like, Phil could have just said, Phil literally could have said, we probably won't be able to outsell Sony with the PlayStation 5, but we're going to try our best. And the way we're going to do that is by trying to produce as many great games as we can, as consistently as we can. Like, is it, see, I just delivered it better than he did. And I'm not the CEO of Xbox. I'm just an armchair analyst. I'm just a streamer here. But that's not what he said. And this is why I find it insane that there are people in agreement with him. In agreement. Like, dude, how can you be in agreement with what this man just said? That is frightening to me. But got a little bit off track there. Josh, to get back to your super chat, you're saying there's virtually zero hype for the 2-hour Xbox showcase. Guys, let me ask you. I want to ask the chat right now. Let me ask the chat. Do you agree with this? Do you feel like there's, you're saying, Josh, you're saying zero, you're saying virtually zero hype. So you're not actually saying literally zero hype, but it feels like there's zero hype. How are you guys feeling about this? Because I did notice that, yes, the PlayStation Showcase was trending yesterday. Saying do a poll. We could do a poll. But PlayStation Showcase was trending yesterday, and the announcement didn't even happen. It was a rumor. Multiple rumors. But I don't know, man. Like, it seemed like maybe this sounds harsh, but it seems like when Xbox and this is their fault. When Xbox announced their showcase, it just kind of was like a fart in the wind. And the reason for that is because, well, let's face it, man. Think about why they announced the showcase, when they announced it. They did it to try to mitigate it was basically damage control, like they did it the day after Redfall reviews, the disaster that was and still is Redfall. And so it's like, that sucks. Like how can you expect fans to be excited about your showcase after you announce it, after you release like the worst game ever, the worst game that you've ever produced? It's very, very strange, man. You see, hype level for Xbox Showcase. I'm gonna put out this poll now. Okay. Do 5 out of 5. We'll do 4 out of 5.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Fuck Microsoft!
Okay.
Fuck!
Quite frankly, you need to go back to the drawing board because your game absolutely sucks!
All right, let me see. High, mid, low, 0. All right. There we go. I put out the poll now. That's the best I could do. They only allow 4 options, so I figured this is, this is the simplest way. I felt like I had to put 0 there because of Josh's super chat here. So vote on that poll. I'll be interested to check the results after some time goes by. And then I don't know, after this poll garners a decent amount of votes, maybe I could put out a second one asking. Look, I'm not going to do that actually, because I know if I put out one asking about your hype levels for the PlayStation Showcase, obviously it's going to be very, very high. I feel like when it comes to the Xbox side, though, it's not as obvious. I'm not hyped for the Xbox show. Truth be told, I'm not hyped for it. It doesn't mean I'm not interested in it. Like, I'm definitely interested. I would argue I'm more interested than ever before, actually, to see Xbox put on a show. Because it's just been the past 30 days has been so disastrous for Xbox that I'm genuinely very curious to see, like, okay, how do you respond with your next show? Because I feel like I know what would be needed, and that is the best show that Xbox has ever put on in their history. But I don't know. I don't know that that's what they're going to do, and maybe they will. Maybe they will, though. It's hard to say. But yeah, I don't necessarily feel excited for it. Wrench, you're saying, wish I could watch live more often. 2 a.m. here in Australia. Yeah, I know, man. That sucks with the time zones. I know that when I go live where I'm at, like 12 Eastern, 11 a.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Eastern, I know that it's very difficult for people in certain regions. What I might try to do, it might not be that often, but every now and again, I might try to do streams at very different times so I can get new people in, different people that I know would like to watch live. So I might try to do that. But I appreciate you being here, Wrench. Colby Watson, you're saying, how do you think Sucker Punch could pull off a Ghost of Tsushima 2? They gave us the whole island to explore in the first game. Maybe the same map? That's a great question, because I was actually talking to one of my buddies online about this, where I had mentioned that I'm excited for Ghost of Tsushima 2. I can't wait to see it announced. And he kind of like pushed back on that, where he's like, I don't know, man. Like, where do you go? Like, be basically asking the same question, like, where do you go from there? Like we got Ghost of Tsushima. It was set, only on the island of Tsushima. Yeah, I'm seeing some people are saying like mainland Japan. I mean, I have to imagine that I don't think Sucker Punch could do I don't think they could do a sequel where it's set on the island of Tsushima again. I don't know that would work, because I just think it would feel too samey. And I know that, like, well, Spider-Man in New York and whatnot, but I don't know. I feel like it's just a little bit different. I do get the sense that with Ghost of Tsushima, I could be wrong. I'm just speculating. I feel like with Ghost of Tsushima 2, Sucker Punch is going to want to go, they're going to want to scope up, basically. They're going to want to scope up significantly, and they're going to want to go well beyond just the island of Tsushima. And I'm not saying like Sucker Punch is going to create the most massive, biggest open world we've ever seen. I don't necessarily mean that. I think there are other ways that they could scope up. But you know what I could see them doing? I could see them starting you on the island of Tsushima again and but then like at some point in the game, maybe like halfway through the game, like something completely shifts and you're like a whole nother area opens up, like a whole nother, I don't know, open world, I guess you could say, that is as, I don't know, I don't want to say as big as the island of Tsushima. I don't know. I'm spitballing right now. Maybe that's too ambitious, because they would have to bring up the island of Tsushima, to make it even more stunning than it already is. And then they would basically have to build a whole second one. To be honest, I don't know, man. When it comes to whatever the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima is going to be, I don't know exactly what I would want. I'll be honest with you. That's why I think it's so difficult for me to speculate about what they could do, because even I don't know what I want. Because I do feel like that is kind of a tough scenario where it's like, Ghost of Tsushima was set on the island of Tsushima, and it was massive. It was absolutely massive, and we explored the entirety of it. The whole first game took place in it. The game is called Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know where exactly you would go from there, but I have the utmost faith in Sucker Punch, where they know exactly where they're going to go from there. I'm sure that they already had plans well before, they finished the first game of like, if it's a success, this is where we're going to go next. And I can't wait to see it. You know what? Here are some things that I know for a fact about Ghost of Tsushima. Okay, and this isn't like inside information, nothing like that. I know for a fact it's going to be one of the most stunning, beautiful games ever created. Because Ghost of Tsushima, a PS4 game, is one of the most stunning, beautiful games ever created. And when Ghost of Tsushima 2, or the sequel, whatever it's going to be called, comes out, it's going to be PS5 only. It's actually likely going to be a PS5 Pro title as well. It's going to be amazing to look at. To me, that's just something that has always stood out with Ghost of Tsushima. I just couldn't get over just how beautiful that game looked. But one area of the game that I feel confident in saying that this is going to be significantly enhanced, the combat. Like the combat in Ghost of Tsushima, I'm sorry, it's so underrated. Like I don't think Sucker Punch gets enough credit for how amazing the swordplay and the combat in that game really is. And knowing that the expectation with a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima is going to be even bigger, even better, even more intense combat, even more versatile combat. Yeah, I think that that's something we can absolutely expect. When it comes to creating an even bigger open world, I do think that that is something they're going to do. I don't know, man. To be honest, when it comes to the big AAA PlayStation studios these days, my expectation, and I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but generally speaking, my expectation for their sequels and sequels that they have in development is bigger and better in pretty much every way. And I don't know, like, you guys let me know. Do you think that that's what Horizon Forbidden West was to you? Is that what God of War Ragnarok was to you? Was it bigger and better in every way? I mean, I've seen some people saying that it was definitely an improvement, but not necessarily like a massive leap forward. But I don't know, though. Maybe I am expecting too much. To me, I feel like both of those games were pretty significant. But the one thing that I will say about Forbidden West and Ragnarok is that I did ultimately feel like there was less maneuverability for the development teams because they were transitioning from PS4 to PS5, and they were ultimately cross-gen games. Like, I'll be honest with you, my expectation for Spider-Man 2 is different than what my expectation for Ragnarok and Forbidden West was. And that lies simply in the fact that Spider-Man 2 is PS5 only. So because of that, I am expecting Insomniac to have a couple of surprises up their sleeve that we couldn't have seen a game like Ragnarok pull off, or we couldn't have seen a game like Forbidden West pull off. And that will be brought forward because of the PS5. So I don't know, maybe my expectations are too high. And in relation to Ghost of Tsushima, I feel the exact same way about Ghost of Tsushima, but even further. Like, knowing Spider-Man 2 is coming out this year, Ghost of Tsushima, for all we know, Ghost of Tsushima might not come out until 2025. That'll be 5 years into the PS5 generation. If Ghost of Tsushima 2 comes out in 2025, dude, my expectations are going to be sky high for what Sucker Punch is going to do. Even further than Spider-Man, certainly much further than Ragnarok and Forbidden West. So, yeah, I think that, to be honest, I think that is one of the reasons why I'm so eager to see Ghost of Tsushima announced. It is because, like, I mean, they've been working on it for a while now, and it might not even get announced this year, but it's like one of the last major sequels to get announced. You know what I'm saying? Like, we get Spider-Man 2, God of War, Horizon, all these games were announced. Not Ghost of Tsushima yet, though. So that's going to be very exciting to me. I can't wait. In case you can't tell, I love Ghost of Tsushima. I got to be honest. I think Ghost of Tsushima might be my all-time favorite first-party game from PlayStation. I mean, it might be like The Last of Us. The first Last of Us, I feel like, I don't know. That's a tough battle. That's a tough battle between the two. But I don't know, man. Like, Ghost of Tsushima is up there for me, man. Like, I put like 160 hours into that game, dude. And that's a lot for me for a single player title. Actually, more than that. I probably put over 200 hours into it. You're saying I'm tripping? Well, hey, man, maybe I am. But I can't help it. Ghost is incredible. One of my all-time favorites, man. Because, like, I'm sitting here thinking, like, dude, why are, like, my excitement level for the announcement of Ghost of Tsushima 2, I'm, like, beginning to realize I think is way higher than, not like way higher, but certainly higher than knowing about God, we're going to get the announcement of God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West and Spider-Man 2. I don't know, man. Like, Ghost, I think, is up there. I think it's number one, man. I fucking love Jin Sakai. I love that story. Like, I just love everything about Ghost of Tsushima, man. I really do. Like, the more I think about it, the more it really just begins to kind of like set in, where it's like, holy shit, I am unbelievably hyped for this sequel. I think the reason why I haven't allowed myself to get too hyped for it yet, though, is because I still think it's a little bit further away than we think. Like, I don't think Ghost of Tsushima is coming out next year. I think we'll be lucky if it gets announced this year. Yeah, dude, the story between Jin and his uncle, and the inner conflict. Oh man, it was amazing. I really loved it. So I appreciate the super chat, Colby. You really got me going there on Ghost of Tsushima. Let me see. We got the Combo Clinic, a member for 29 months. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, so now all of a sudden Xbox fans want to do the one thing they criticize Sony for doing. The dreaded phase, money hat games. Oh, the irony, MBG. Trust me, the irony is certainly not lost on me. Certainly not. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, man. I gotta be honest, I love to see it. I love to see it. Not because I want to make fun of Xbox fans or the fan base. No, but because it's like, maybe now they get it. You know, maybe now they understand that it turns out if you're a fan of a specific platform, if you're a fan of a specific console, and in turn, an ecosystem, it turns out that, when you see the competition going out and locking down some major exclusivity deals over and over and over again, and you look at your platform holder and they're not doing it at all, right? They're not doing it at all. And then you start to see, Sony announce big games, Final Fantasy 16, Rebirth, apparently. Dude, at this point, based off of the rumor we just got, Metal Gear Solid 3, Castlevania, right? Based off of the rumor we just got, it seems to me like Sony has now begun a new partnership with Konami that is basically the same type of partnership we see them have with Square Enix. That's huge, man. Like, this is where people have been saying for a long time that Sony isn't buying publishers because they don't need to. I mean, obviously some publishers would have trouble affording, and it would be a risk no matter what. But the reason why Sony doesn't need to buy publishers is because they have such strong partnerships and working business relationships that it's almost like that, they may as well be like under the Sony banner. You know what I mean? The PlayStation Studios banner. And we've seen that. We're seeing it now. We've continued to see it with Square Enix, and now we're about to see it with Konami. And that's huge. And yeah, and Sony's straight up invested into From Software. And we may continue to see that with other publishers. It's Sony has a strategy, man. Like, this is what I've tried to tell people. Sony doesn't just do things for the sake of doing it. They don't just do things out of desperation. They don't do things out of fear. They don't do things out of anything other than, does this make sense? Does this align with our business? But most importantly, what can we leverage? And that's the main benefit that Sony has. That is the single greatest benefit that Sony has as a video game publisher, as a platform holder, over Xbox right now, and even to a degree over Nintendo. It's that they've spent so much time, effort, and money into building up the PlayStation brand in such a specific way that they have now gotten to a point where they can just leverage that as much as they want. They can throw that weight around. And, you better believe that when Sony knocks on Konami's door and says, "Hey, we hear that you're getting back into AAA game development. You have some pretty valuable games there, some pretty valuable and beloved IP. We think we can maybe work on a deal with you." And Konami's gonna, naturally ask, well, like, why should we work with you? I mean, I mean, I think Konami's not stupid. I mean, we want to believe Konami's not stupid at this point. Look at our PS5. Look at how well it's selling. Look at the attach rate of our games. You know, look at what our marketing does for game sales. It's really gotten to a point where it is incredibly, I think, tantalizing for third-party publishers that want their games to get a lot of attention and want their games to ultimately sell well, because that's what it boils down to. They want sales. They want money. I think it's become incredibly tantalizing to look at Sony and be partnered with PlayStation and the PS5. It's produced massive results for pretty much every partner that's with Sony. I mean, for the love of God, we saw Hassan Karaman and Blue Box Game Studios out here making it seem like they're partnered with Sony, PS5 exclusive, right? That whole situation. Why do you think he wasn't saying Xbox? Why do you think he wasn't saying, oh yeah, we're making an Xbox exclusive? No, dude, because like that's not what people were. Yeah, Kojima and Blue Box in the chat. Because I mean, there's a reason for it, man. There's a reason for it. Sony's working to please gamers, and that's the bottom line. Yeah, it seems like it, dude. Don't do this to us. I'm not. I just wanted to throw that in there because it's funny. Oh man. But yeah, absolutely, man. That's just the reality right now. I want to say this too. I want to say this. I think Xbox fans need to take a step back, like a big step back. Any Xbox fan who's out here calling for Microsoft to money hat more games to secure big third-party AAA exclusives like Sony is, they really need to take a big step back, because I think they need to be reminded, and I don't know how they could have forgotten so quickly, that, like, dude, Microsoft just bought Bethesda and made some of the biggest, most influential, most impactful IP exclusive to their platform. Okay, they got like the biggest third-party scoop, the biggest third-party exclusivity scoop that they could have. And I just think that this is the conditioning that Xbox fans have been under with Microsoft, where Microsoft was out here literally trying to tell Xbox fans that, yes, we have all of Xbox Game Studios and we bought all of Bethesda, but that's not enough. And in turn, a lot of Xbox fans are like, yeah, that's not enough. You need to do more. You need to do more. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to update my member goal. I forgot to do that. You're going to hear a couple of sound bites play in rapid succession, so I apologize for that.
We're going to have the games do our talk.
It's
Enough
all
from me.
there, black and white,
We're gonna-
clear as
enough from me.
crystal. You lose. Good day, sir.
I know that's always strange, but that's how it goes when I gotta update my member goal. So sorry about that. Josh, you're saying justice for my man Foxy calling MGS, Silent Hill, and Castlevania. Then we got JC 2013, a member for 4 months, saying, gotta do something crazy, MBG, to draw in new members, like losing your hat or something crazy like that. Bro, I'm telling you, the day it's probably gonna happen at the PlayStation Showcase, man. Like, I'm gonna be sitting here with a mullet and a bandana, and at some point when we hit like some crazy ass goal that day during the showcase stream, I'm just gonna rip the bandana off and then the mullet, which will be even more off-putting if you think about it. If you think about it, that'll be even more off-putting. Corey Lindega with a membership gift. Corey, bro, coming back. Corey's like, oh, you thought I was done? Thank you for that, Corey. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. We need more people in here that aren't members yet. And Exley 3000 with another 5. Exley 3000. Thank you guys so much for keeping it going.
You're all breathtaking.
I'm still watching the counter go up. On the screen I have it at 75, but right now it's still sitting at 71. So we need more people in here. Yeah, W's in the chat. But yeah, it's going to be even more off-putting when I reveal my head after wearing a mullet wig for, like a bunch of hours, because you guys are going to get a little bit used to seeing me with hair in that moment. You're going to be like, wow, look, this is MBG with some long, glorious hair. And just out of nowhere, I'm just going to rip it off. And it's just going to be like, what? What does my hat say? Actually, my hat doesn't have any logos on it. It doesn't say anything. Mullet bound gamer. Absolutely. Mullet supremacy. Mullet supremacy. Resounding success. You're saying, can you get a handle on your mods? One of them timed me out when I asked why they said, quote, cause the sir always speaks a lot, end quote. Probably rogue mods. Who did that? Do you know which mod it was? Is that really all you said? I don't have that many mods, truthfully. I don't know. Sir Speaks a Lot is a mod. So maybe because you were talking about him directly, maybe he was the one? Devil Shooter says it wasn't him. Yeah, you might have to try to let me know, Resounding Success. Because I don't know. It's hard for me to keep track of it. But yeah, I mean, just to shout out to all my mods. Josh, you're saying it wasn't you either. Yeah, I mean, look, only delete messages or, ban people, obviously. When. Jay, you're saying you never had any problems with the mods. Yeah, you guys know when you should or shouldn't be, removing messages and stuff. You're saying he isn't a mod? I thought Sir Speaks a Lot was still a mod. I'm kidding, of course. No, I know. I was trying to make... that was a bad joke. I realized, like, the joke just isn't landing because it's like, Sir Speaks a Lot, he's the one who was a mod, who got demodded for constantly nuking the chat. So it would be funny if I just pretended like, no, he's still a mod. What are you talking about? No, but yeah, guys, please don't remove messages of people just saying, basic stuff like that. I don't know who it was, but yeah. Figuratively literal. You're saying, hey, MBG, a bit off topic, but since I heard you mention it, 4th of July is an awesome song. Apparently, it's about a bad acid trip. Yeah, I looked into the meaning of that song as well. I would have never guessed. But it's so interesting because some of the lyrics in that song, it's a Soundgarden song, by the way, they're like so deep. But then again, I guess, yeah, you can come up with some crazy stuff on a bad acid trip. So shout out to you, Figuratively Literal. Love that song. It's a heavy song, but it's a low song too, Like if you're in a good mood, I would say don't listen to it. Josh, again, you're saying trailer opens up over a vast Canadian forest and a violent roar sounds off a bunch of birds escaping the forest. Insomniac logo opens back up on Hulk Marvel logo. You picked the wrong house, bub. Oh, that would be amazing. I mean, dude, that's the dream, right? The dream is to see Wolverine, to see more Wolverine. Oh man, I don't know. We're not going to see Wolverine, dude. I'll be honest. There's no way we're going to see. The reason I say there's no way we're going to see Wolverine is because I don't see how Sony goes a year and a half after. Well, I guess technically it's been the same amount of time. Because Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine were both announced at the same time. Yeah, they could look. It really depends on how massive Sony wants this show to be, like how much of an impact they want this show to be or to have. Because I personally think Sony does not need to show Wolverine. And surely they know that. Like, they know we don't have to show Wolverine. We can just save Wolverine to show next year. And that might be the wise thing to do. You know, especially if Sony already has a bunch of other stuff to show. If Sony already has a bunch of other stuff ready to show, then they really won't need Wolverine. But it comes down to, you know, hey, we want to make this like the biggest and best PlayStation showcase ever. So yeah, we're going to show Wolverine. I'll tell you right now, one thing that I wish Sony would start doing more, and like they just don't do this anymore. They just don't. And I don't know exactly why they don't do it anymore, but I'm sure if we really thought about it, we could figure it out. Sony doesn't, they like don't show their games very often. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the past 2 or 3 years or so, when it comes to the way Sony shows their games, like, you only get to see them like a few times, like just a few rare, like on like rare occasion. And I kind of don't like that. Because I was just thinking, like, if Sony were to show a new Wolverine trailer at this showcase, that's going to have literally zero impact on the hype level in regards to them showing it again next year. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, people will be just as excited to see a third trailer for Wolverine in 2024 as they were to see the second trailer at the 2023 showcase. And that's kind of what I wish Sony would start doing more, because that they used to do that with their games. You know, they used to show their games off all the time, you know, like so many different trailers. And I'm not saying we need like constant gameplay chunks or anything. I know that's hard for the developers and whatnot, but I would like to just, you know, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind if they're like, yo, we want to show off another Wolverine trailer. The game's not coming out till probably late next year, early 2025, but we're just going to continually every like 6 months or so show you another trailer. You know, I think that would be totally fair. I think it'd be totally fair. But I kind of understand why they don't as well, because the reality is they've been finding arguably more success by not doing that. So I don't know. It's really tough. It's really tough to determine like whether or not they should or they shouldn't. You want an overload of AAA-ness? Absolutely. Saying doesn't have to be a full trailer. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I will say, to answer my own question, like, why doesn't Sony show more game trailers of their own games like more frequently? I have this theory, and we'll find out. We're gonna find out very, very soon, probably in the next couple of weeks. I have this running theory that there's a very specific reason Sony hasn't shown any gameplay of Spider-Man 2. And it's for the simple reason that it's because they know that it's going to shock people. And if they, like, it's going to create, so let me use this analogy. If Sony were to continually show off new Spider-Man trailers like every 3 to 6 months, and even gameplay chunks, that'll create big waves consistently, you know, of hype and excitement. If they do it the way that they're doing it now, where we show one announcement trailer with zero gameplay for Spider-Man 2, and then the next time we show it is like very, very, very close to launch, and we go like balls to the wall and show you like a massive, I don't know. I'm honestly at the showcase, I'm expecting like an 8 to 10 minute gameplay chunk of Spider-Man 2, straight up. If they've made the type of improvements and the strides, you know, if they are able to match everything that people were hoping they would with the sequel, it's bigger, it's better, has a couple surprises, it's going to create a tsunami, essentially, you know? Like, that's the difference. It's the difference between, like, we could create multiple huge waves over, you know, every 3 to 6 months versus if we just sit on this and we wait, we're going to create a tsunami. That could, that I think kind of explains in my mind anyway, like why Sony does this. Because even talking about Wolverine, it's like the same thing. We could show you a new Wolverine trailer, and if we do that, you're going to have a much better idea of what to expect. However, if we show you nothing, you have no idea what to expect. You only have what you make up in your head. And they have a distinct advantage when doing that of just wait until you see what we show you. Because when we finally do show it, it's going to be, I don't know, it just has this added punch to it. You know what I mean? Just this added like haymaker aspect to even the fans and people watching. And I think that coincides with saying, MBG, we don't know how to market a AAA game. Well, I was going to say, I think the reason for that, like, well, how come they didn't do it this way previously? Like, why did their marketing change? I do think it has to do with not only it's not just the budget, right? But I think it has something to do with the talent factor as well. Like, I think Sony's more confident than ever before in their studios and their games. And I think with that added confidence, there comes this kind of like, well, we don't need to sell people on this. They're already sold on it. Like Wolverine, like people are already sold on Wolverine. So it's like, let's just go for shock and awe, like Blitzkrieg, basically. That's what this showcase is going to be. This showcase is basically going to be a Blitzkrieg. Hellbound 1981 with another 5 members gifted. Big shout out to you, Hellbound. Big shout out to you, man. I don't know where we're at today with members. I don't know where we're at today because on my end it says we're at 77. And I know I think we're beyond 100 at this point. Here's what I want to do. Here's what I want to do for you. Here's what I want you guys to do. You ready? For anybody who was thinking about gifting more memberships throughout the course of this stream, I'm going to ask you to do one of two things, okay? And this will help me, okay? This will help me a lot. Number one, again, if you're planning on gifting memberships, don't gift anymore today, okay? Because the counter is basically stuck. And we're just going to have a bunch of memberships that are going to have to roll over at some point. And I don't know how long it's going to take them to roll over. So save whatever you're going to gift. Here's the important part. Save whatever you're going to gift for the coming days when the cycle's going to start again. Okay? That's the best thing you could do. Or put it into a super chat. That would be the best thing you could do right now because I feel bad. Like, I'm still sitting on the 50 bomb from Abdallah, and I just, I saw that Xlee gifted quite a bit, and then we got Hellbound gifting 5 more. And the counter is just it's agonizingly slow with how it's climbing. And I just don't want people to gift memberships that ultimately just end up sitting there. But keep in mind what I said. In the coming days, in the next week or so, the cycle is going to start all over again. And that's not going to be a problem anymore. All right. And I didn't think it would have to come down to this. I didn't think I would have to get it to a point where I'm actively asking people to hold off on gifting memberships. But it's for the sake of, we want to see those memberships doled out, rapidly, not painfully slowly like a drip feed because, not enough people are opting in. So guys, yeah, make sure you click the icons at the top, opt in. All right. We need more humans. It's a great problem to have. Yeah, it's trust me, I'm not complaining. I just, dude, I wish it wasn't a problem. I wish that, again, I wish that memberships could just be gifted automatically to all subscribers without them having to opt in. But because this is the way YouTube wants to do it, they're creating a ceiling here pretty needlessly. And I'm gonna update you guys as well. I just want to say that too. I'm gonna be following every day all my analytics to see what's going on with the memberships, and I'll let you. For example, if I stream again tomorrow or Thursday, I will open that show by letting you know like the situation with the members. Okay. MBG, the gifts carry over to people who either join or lose their current membership. That's the thing that makes me feel weird, dude, is like, I don't know. I read YouTube doesn't make that clear. I'll tell you that. YouTube does not make that clear. Like you're saying they just roll over to people whose memberships expire. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know how that works. Because like there's no, like what I'm trying to tell you is there's no stat or number or anything. It's not like if I log into my YouTube studio, it's not like they say like there are so-and-so X number of gifts waiting to be distributed. It doesn't say that. You know, it doesn't tell me anything. Just like right now, YouTube is not telling me the total amount of gifts that have been gifted on the stream today. You know, that doesn't help me. That doesn't help people who are gifting. That doesn't help anybody. So I don't know what's wrong with that. I don't know why they won't fix that, but all right, let's keep this going. But yeah, Josh, that would be pretty sick. I'd welcome that. You're saying, MBG, it's true. It won't tell you. It's crazy that YouTube does not have anything in place for that. Yeah, I mean, what I didn't realize about just to say this too, I had no idea like how new the gifting system was. Like apparently YouTube just recently rolled out gifting like as recently as December of last year. So it hasn't even been out for a year. So I kind of like, I understand it takes time to build the system up and, you know, figure things out. Corlandega, you're saying, I still can't gift. I am the alleged god of gifts. Maybe I did break the system. Yeah, probably because it hasn't been, I don't know, maybe it hasn't been like a full 24 hours, but that's okay, Corey. It's actually a good thing at this point. Hold on. Believe me, you are the god of gifting memberships, and I want nothing more than to continue to see the memberships grow. But right now, it would actually be best just whatever you're planning on gifting, sit on it for a little bit, and in the coming days, in the next week or so, you know, bring it back then, because YouTube, you know, YouTube and their system. Save it for the showcase. Yeah, we'll see, man. The showcase will be wild. So, I mean, still, Corey, the super chat helps just as much, man. So I appreciate it. Virax, you're saying 360 era is proof that they can compete with good games. Yes. Thank you. I love how, like, you know, Phil Spencer wants people to believe that we can never get back to the 360 era. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. Okay? Xbox could easily, maybe not easily, but Xbox could absolutely get back to selling 80 million plus consoles if they got serious about quality games. I firmly believe that, because that's exactly what sold the 360. Digital libraries or not, dude, I don't want to hear that nonsense. I don't want to hear that nonsense about, like, dude, it doesn't matter. If you build a solid ecosystem like you have with Xbox, and you make quality games consistently and deliver them on the ecosystem, people will support it. They will go to you. They will come to you. Okay? If you build it, they will come. Kevin Costner learned that. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying Skill Up did the Phil's a good dude. Oh, great. Man, I hate that. I hate that. Octavio Valdez Lafarga. You're saying the weirdest part is how many studios they bought, and so far, no good games. I feel like Xbox hasn't figured out an identity in terms of the types of games it wants to produce. Yeah, I would say that they have found an identity when it comes to the type of games they want to produce. I would just say that it's not the identity that we were expecting or maybe, hoping for. And what I mean by that is like they have produced quite a few games, right? Like with the new studios that they've acquired, they put out quite a few games, but the common thread between most of these games is that they're AA/indie like, and some of them are good, some of them are not. Quite a few of them have been successful, but the problem with that type of identity is that having that type of identity, it doesn't mesh well with, but you're supposed to be a competitor to Sony and Nintendo. You know what I mean? And any of the bigger games that Sony and Nintendo produce, it's like those are the games that go on to basically forge and create their identity and what they're known for. And they do have smaller games, of course, AA indies, but that's not why people go to the ecosystem or their platform. And any of the bigger games that Microsoft has made, I mean, they've been so reliant on Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo has fallen. Gears is still there, but it's not what it once was. And Forza is the only one left that really is still doing heavy lifting for them. So, I pretty much agree with you. And when you say so far no good games, I would add to that, so far no good new AAA games. Like really, no new AAA games that really stand out and help create that identity. And Corey, dude, thank you for gifting another membership, man. Corey, you did not listen. Now Corey's like, I do as I please, boy. That's Corey right now. It's all good, man. It's all good. I mean, it's at that point, it's essentially the equivalent of a super chat. But yeah, I mean, I think the hope is, and I don't know how, if people feel confident in this. I think the general hope is that with this Xbox showcase that is coming up, the games that are shown off, first of all, there's a healthy mix of new AAA games where we see gameplay of new AAA games. Like, do you remember how when we think about PlayStation's 2016 E3 show? Do you remember what that show was like? So it was like the craziest show Sony ever did, where they basically showed off a shit ton of new big AAA exclusives. But how did they do it? They actually had their developers come out and play sections of these games, And they've done that many times, where we saw gameplay of Uncharted 4, raw gameplay up on stage in front of everybody live, God of War gameplay, Days Gone gameplay, Horizon gameplay. Like, Sony understood that you got to show gamers the game and the gameplay. And a lot of people, and I see that, I see people in chat, they're like, damn, I missed that. I would love to see that again. I would too, but why do you think Sony doesn't have to show Spider-Man gameplay when they announce it? Why do you think they don't need to do it 2 years before it launches? It's because this is where I try to explain that Sony did their time, bro. Like, they put in their time. That was a building block, like one of the most crucial building blocks for Sony during that generation, where they're like, a lot of these games are new, like God of War 2018. We have to show gameplay because it's this is a very different God of War that we've ever produced. So we have to show gameplay, and we got to sell people on it. Days Gone. we got to show gameplay of this because it's a new IP. Horizon Zero Dawn, same thing. Brand new IP, very different game from Guerrilla. We got to show the gameplay. You know? I would argue Sony didn't have to show off Uncharted 4 gameplay like they did because it was people already would know what to expect from Uncharted, but they did anyway. You know, that's what Sony was known for, and they still do that through stated plays. I don't want to make it sound like Sony doesn't show off extended chunks of gameplay. They do. I'm just saying that is exactly what Microsoft has to do now and what they should do. This showcase from Sony, or not Sony, from Microsoft should basically be the equivalent of what Sony's 2016 E3 was, but for Xbox. Here's 5 to 8 minutes of raw gameplay of Avowed. And then after that, another 5 to 8 minutes of gameplay of Hellblade 2. And then after that, a new game announcement. And then after that, here's some raw gameplay of Fable. You know what I'm saying? Like just boom, 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 boom. And but are they going to do that? I'm not counting on it. It sounds too good to be true. Because here, if Microsoft did that, it would mean that at least 1 to 2 of those games has a really good chance of looking pretty good and getting people excited. And Microsoft will win gamers over by not just showing games and announcing games, but showing the gameplay. You know what I mean? Like, I think the greatest sign of a successful game, or a quality game, I should say, not a successful. The greatest sign of a quality game, in my opinion, is when you can show raw moment-to-moment gameplay and people are fucking hyped for it. You know, like people just generally get excited about the gameplay they just saw. It sounds so simple and almost ridiculous because it's like, well, duh. But it's like, we don't get that nearly as much as we should, unfortunately. I mean, I look, I like the Flash, you know, I like the flashy stuff and the bombastic over the top. I like all that stuff. I do. But at some point it's like the rubber has to hit the road here, you know, and it's just, we got to see the gameplay. It's as simple as that, man. And to me, I mean, with PlayStation, I'll be honest, like, I don't feel as intense about gameplay when it comes to Sony's showcase. A couple reasons why. Number one, I know we're going to see gameplay. Like, I don't have to question whether we're going to see gameplay. I know we are. Number two, even if we don't see gameplay for some games, I'm not going to assume that they're going to be mediocre or low quality, because that's not how it usually is with Sony games. It's actually quite the opposite. That's why. Like, it's those two things combined where it's like, here's an example. The Last of Us multiplayer. Could Naughty Dog and Sony announce the Last of Us multiplayer game without showing any gameplay at all? They could. And they might. Do I think that's a good idea? No, I do not. I think that's a horrible idea. I think the best way to announce The Last of Us multiplayer is the trailer that they show has to be highly edited. So, like, I don't think they're going to show raw moment-to-moment gameplay. But they could, and that would be fascinating to me. Like, imagine Sony comes out their showcase and there's like a trailer for The Last of Us multiplayer, like a 2-minute trailer. And it's like, holy shit, that looked incredible. And then afterwards, and here's 5 minutes of gameplay. And, you know, I mean, it might be cringe to imagine Sony doing this, but it would still be cool because it's just such new territory for them, and it would be so fascinating to watch. But, like, you know, when you see like those gameplay demos where people are playing together and they're like talking to one another, and it's like obviously scripted, where, you know, they're trying to basically act like this is just a random gameplay encounter scenario. But I would love to see something like that for this game, because I think that would be the best way to sell people on it. Like, to show people, like, look, you can go on missions together. You know, you can experience the world of The Last of Us together. It just, I don't know. There's a lot of different ways Sony could handle it, but I'm just saying, like, the last thing I would expect is Naughty Dog to come out and put out a CG trailer of some kind for The Last of Us multiplayer, because that would be the dumbest thing. Honestly, that would be they're not going to do that. Like, they're not going to do that because it's that dumb. Like, it makes zero sense to do that. But that, you know, I'm not worried, truthfully. Like, I hope I don't regret saying this, because, man, let me tell you, if I get disappointed by The Last of Us multiplayer, then just know, if I end up disappointed by The Last of Us multiplayer game, that means they went so far out of their way to make it bad that it's real bad. Okay, I'm very confident in this game, and I'm just excited to see how they end up showing it off. But to get back to my main point in everything I'm trying to say here is that Xbox needs to start showing raw gameplay of their games that have been in development for years now to get people excited to go buy a console, or at the very least to subscribe to Game Pass. They do need more of an identity. If they can show gameplay of Fable, Hellblade, Avowed, and it all looks really great, StarField, you know, that can be their identity. But we haven't seen it yet. So appreciate that, man. We got RE46 N2 Ray saying, MBG, you got to watch the No Clip docs on the history of ArKane and Prey documentary. It will show you the ugly side of Xbox. They made them use the Prey name. I think the only No Clip documentary I've ever watched was actually on Demon Souls at the time when Demon Souls Remake launched. And it was pretty well done. I enjoyed it. It was cool to see that. But yeah, I might have to look into that, Ray. Because I don't know. The only thing about that is it's so long ago, right? I mean, you heard what Phil Spencer said, man. Phil Spencer said that they were too hands off with ArKane, right? This time around with Redfall. I don't know. I mean, is that Phil Spencer's problem? Is that Xbox Game Studios' problem? They're just simply too hands off. I don't know. We'll find out. We will certainly find out. So I appreciate that super chat, man. There's an Arcan Blitzer. You're saying, MBG, what happened to E3 2023? Isn't the show running under new managers? Zanarkand, you didn't get the memo, dude? You didn't get the memo? E3 2023 is canceled, bro. Damn, I'm sorry you have to find out this way. Man. But it's true. E3 20, and I'm not kidding. E3 2023 was canceled a couple of weeks ago. The reason being is they just couldn't get enough support. E3 is over now. It's done, dude. So what you're going to see throughout the summer, well, we got the PlayStation Showcase. After that, we have Summer Game Fest, Jeff Keighley's show, which basically is the new E3. After that, we got the Xbox show. And I'm sure there are others, but you're basically going to start to see individual showcases as we've been seeing from big AAA game developers. The Claymores, you're saying Factions 2 will have a huge player base due to its quality gameplay. Absolutely, man. That's what I'm saying. That's what's going to happen. Except none as good as E3 was. I agree, actually. I mean, it is sad to see E3 ultimately die the way it did. But yeah, these individual publisher showcases, I'll be honest, for me, Sony's showcase is E3 at this point, for me personally. I just can't. Look, I can't see it any other way. You know, with this PlayStation Showcase that's going to be coming up, it is the most excited I've been in literally years for anything in gaming. And I'll be honest with you, like, maybe I'm nervous myself because I'm putting a lot of expectation on Sony, man. Like, as you can see here, my title of the stream says Sony's about to shake the industry. That's what I'm expecting. Like, that should tell you everything you need to know in terms of what do I expect from this Sony showcase coming up. Yeah, you're saying as we should. I'll be honest, though. I'm taking it a step further. And you guys, you tell me if you... It's not a matter of agreement or disagreement. It's just a matter of how I feel. And I'm just curious if anybody feels similarly to me right now. I feel right now that I need Sony to come out with this showcase and get me excited about video games again. To really, like, basically to, you know, give me a shot of adrenaline to the heart, or, you know, like, bring the paddles out and shock me, you know, and get me back into it. Because I don't know what's been going on, man, but I've been playing these other AAA games. I haven't stopped playing video games, but I genuinely feel at this point in time that, I don't know, I've just kind of started to slip away a little bit, where I'm like, I'm just not feeling as high up on video games as I have in the past. And I don't know if it's just me. It might just be me. I don't know if it's the industry, if the video game industry has just kind of been in a lull period for a year or two or something, you know? And it's not to say that I haven't played anything good in years. I'm not saying that. You know, there are definitely highlights. But I have to admit that a lot of times, those highlights, like, more often now, are solely coming from Sony. I mean, there are other publishers and other video games that are doing it occasionally, but it feels like it's becoming further and further and far, you know, in between. And this is one of the reasons why I am so excited to see Sony not only show more single player games, of course, but I'm so interested to see what they do in multiplayer, because it's like, even in the multiplayer space, dude, things have gotten, oh my God, like, it's not, look, I'm not saying it's bad, okay? Like, single player games, multiplayer games, the gaming industry, I'm not saying it's all bad. Of course, there is some bad stuff out there, but it feels like it's all been, let me put it this way. When it comes to single player AAA games, I get most excited about Sony, because I feel like the single player AAA games they make are some of the best for me. Not all of them. Like, I don't feel like, I talk about how I think Ghost of Tsushima is my favorite, but I also think about God of War Ragnarok. But then I also think, well, Spider-Man 2 is probably going to be, I mean, I loved Spider-Man 1. I'm probably going to love Spider-Man 2 even more. And not any, you know, not to mention the new IP they're going to bring as well, you know, in terms of single player. But what I'm so curious to see is, I'm a multiplayer guy as well. Like, you could argue that at heart I'm a multiplayer guy. I don't know. I've grown up playing both games. I grew up originally playing single player games by myself, just like pretty much almost everybody. But then I think around the PS2, that's when I first started dabbling in multiplayer, and that carried over from the PS2 for me to the 360. And the 360 is where multiplayer really took over and took off for me. And I still played single player, just not as much. And then as years went by, I started to get back into single player games in a really huge, meaningful way. And it just, like, kind of reignited my love for them, where it's like, oh shit, like, man, I've missed this so much. Like, this is huge for me. You know, like, this is a massive part of gaming, and even like where I come from in gaming, that I've just been neglecting for too long. And then at that same time, though, still playing different multiplayer games over the years. And I am now, the reason why I'm truly excited for Sony's multiplayer games is because if what Sony's is promising, if they can actually deliver what they're promising, it's going to be transformative for me. I'm not speaking for you guys or anybody else. I know that there are people that they just don't like multiplayer, they don't care. But for me, it's going to be transformative, because, hold on, you're telling what basically what Sony's trying to promise here is we're going to take the quality bar and the things that we're known for in our single player games, and we're going to ensure that our multiplayer games are basically on the same level. See, this is, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Sony could fail. They could fail miserably. But it seems to me what they are going to try to do is potentially not revolutionize, but just like roll out a new wave of like a new era of multiplayer games that we maybe haven't seen before. Again, that's my total like purely overly optimistic point of view, but it's just the reality is, in my opinion, let me say that the other way around. In my opinion, the reality is Sony is the best of the best at what they do. I think there are a few other studios and maybe a few other publishers that can match what Sony does, but not maybe at the same rate. Maybe they're not as consistent. Maybe they are. Again, it's opinion based here, but so when the best player in the game says, "Hey, we're going to keep doing like this is what we do and we're going to keep doing it, but now we're going to take our philosophy and we're going to apply it to another sector of gaming that we haven't touched in over a generation and a half, basically." That shit gets me excited, dude. I gotta be. That gets me excited, and that's why I'm so afraid to see these live service multiplayer games. Like my biggest fear is they're dumpster fires. You know, like my biggest fear is Sony is like just totally off the mark, and they're just so wrong about what they thought people wanted from them in the multiplayer space. I'm afraid that it's going to be like, I don't want people to walk away and, oh my God, that'd be the ultimate nightmare scenario where we're all looking at each other like, what the fuck was that, dude? You know, like that's my big fear. And I'm not saying that every multiplayer game Sony releases is going to be top tier, like S tier. No, it's just that if I look at Sony's single player catalog and their single player output, I do consider the majority of their single player games like S tier and A tier, and very few of them drop down to B, C, or even D tier. Like very few of them, if any. So it's like if they have 10 multiplayer games in development and they say that they're taking the same quality approach to those multiplayer games, basically what they're trying to tell us is, hey, we're planning on producing like multiple S to A tier multiplayer games. And that's quite shocking to me because it's like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there are like no multiplayer games that come out anymore. Is it just me? Unless I'm missing something, but like, I feel like we're just not seeing many multiplayer games. Is it just me? Saying they're trying to make multiplayer for different audiences. Yeah, and I'm anticipating that. Like out of the 10 multiplayer games that Sony ends up launching, I very well expect like half of them for me to be like, I'm good. You know, like that's not my cup of tea. I do expect that. You're saying there are too many multiplayer? No, there are, I think, too many multiplayer games right now. Like there are, I guess you could say maybe the reason why we're seeing less is because the market is kind of already oversaturated, where, you know, there are your Fortnites, your Call of Duties, your Rainbow Six Sieges, your GTA Onlines, your Minecrafts. Like there are already all these different types of multiplayer games, and they've all kind of established themselves. That's why I want to see how Sony does, because Sony is coming in late to the game. And I think there's an advantage there. You know, Like everybody's like, oh my God, live service. But that's the main advantage that Sony has coming in so late. Like everybody says live service is a trend. I don't know why people are saying live service is a trend. People who say live service is a trend don't know what they're talking about. Unless I see somebody mentioning Suicide Squad. If somebody says Rocksteady is jumping on the live service trend, I get that. Like, you're basically saying that a studio that's not known for making multiplayer games is now going to just suddenly make a multiplayer game that's going to live forever. But even then, trend doesn't apply because a trend implies that it's temporary. These live service games that are successful are not temporary. I don't know if people know that. GTA Online, Fortnite, Minecraft, Apex Legends, like these are not temporary. It's quite the opposite. Like they're pretty permanent. Like when do you imagine GTA Online and Fortnite shutting down? I don't imagine them ever shutting down. It's the opposite of a trend. It is, believe it or not, it is just a new category of games. That's what it is, and it's here to stay. And that's why I think Sony's coming in so late, because I think Sony identified that. I think Sony, at some point, they realized, like, these live service games, they're not going away and they're not going down. Like, they just keep going up. Maybe there's something to that. And Corey Lindega with another membership gift, bro. Thank you, bud. Thank you so much, man. W's in the chat for Corey. Love it. So, yeah, I just, for me personally, there's a lot riding on Sony right now. Just on a more personal level, like as a gamer, where it's like, I've played many different single player games and I've enjoyed them. I've played many different multiplayer games. Some I've hated, some I've loved. But one thing I can say is when I like to have like a go-to kind of junk food multiplayer game to go to play. That's always been my thing. That's why I've always said, like, I am a multiplayer gamer alongside being a single player gamer. Like, the way I play games is when I'm playing a big ass single player game, I like that's what I'm playing and that's what I'm immersed in. But it's not like that's the only thing I'm ever playing all the time. When I'm finished that game, usually as I'm waiting for the next single player game to come out, or I usually find like what I call like the junk food multiplayer game. I am super excited at the fact that you're telling me I can basically start to do that, what I've always done, but with more Sony games, with more like that same Sony quality. That's basically all I'm trying to say. That's why that's one of the reasons why I absolutely adored Ghost of Tsushima. And I'm bringing that up again because, dude, I played Ghost of Tsushima Legends after I beat the game, and it's just so good. It's like, dude, this is perfect, man. Like, this is the perfect dessert on top of the main course, after finishing the main course. And it's just so good. And it complements it perfectly. Corey's saying he's got to go, telling us to take care. All right, Corey. Appreciate you showing up, man. Thank you for the memberships. And I'm sorry that YouTube is being annoying to you and rejecting you. I don't know why. But I appreciate it, dude. I hope to see you back soon. Let me see. Where am I at here? Josh. Sorry, super chat like flew away. Josh Z, you're saying Nintendo is the perfect case study to prove Phil wrong. Top 300 company, but their IP are top 50 most valuable in the world. The Wii U to Switch is the best gen-to-gen turnaround in gaming history. Yes, dude. I agree. I agree 100% with what you're saying, Josh, because it's just, I don't think Microsoft is in the exact same place that Nintendo was. Certainly not. I don't know, man. I just don't know how, I don't know how Phil can say what he said when Nintendo exists, man. Like, when Nintendo basically was like, oh yeah, once the most important generation kicks off, supposedly with the digital ecosystem, we're just not going to do that. And we're actually almost going to die in the console space because of the Wii U. I mean, if there was ever a video game company that could have had the right to turn around and say, we lost, it's over, it would have been Nintendo with the Wii U. Like, they could have, the amount of people that were speculating and predicting that Nintendo was going to become a third-party publisher after that, a lot. And all they did was just say, we need to make better hardware, more exciting hardware, and better games more consistently. That's it. I'm not saying it was easy. It's not easy. I'm not trying to downplay the difficulty of that, but it started with that decision where rather than give up, because they could have justifiably given up and said, well, we're not going to be able to survive the hardware market anymore. We're too far gone with the Wii U. Like, the Wii U was bad, dude. Like, when I say bad, I mean, like, it is unfathomable how badly that console sold. It is insane. Like, it is absolutely insane. And then, just like you said, man, they have the biggest gen-to-gen turnaround in history. And how did they make it happen? I'll tell you what, something Nintendo didn't do was have one of their executives give an interview where they basically complain that everybody's wrong. It's not just, we're not going to be able to shift this and compete with the PS4 or the Xbox One by making great games. They didn't do that. Instead, they made great games and new hardware. And the rest is history, man. I mean, Josh, I think you're on the money here. It's like, it is. I've seen people saying that, like, Xbox doesn't have a defeatist mindset. Yes, they do. Like, that is like what the words that have come out of their CEO's mouth. Literally, it's like textbook defeatist mentality. And sometimes I don't think a defeatist mentality is ever needed. Like, I don't believe that. I don't believe there's ever a right time to be a defeatist and to just throw your hands up. No, like, I think you can be a realist. Like I said, man, like, I think Xbox could acknowledge that, well, we're probably not going to outsell the PS5. We probably can't make a comeback as big as Nintendo did, but we can try our hardest, and we believe we can get pretty damn far. There you go. Okay. Good shit. You're being realistic. You understand that, like, there is a realistic threshold, but you're not giving up, and you're going to fight as hard as you can. Yeah, that's not unfortunately what Xbox is doing. And I think that it's just crazy that there are people saying, I agree with Phil. Like, okay, all right, I guess. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. That's how you know it's crazy. Is I'm still dwelling on that because I just still can't believe. I just still can't believe that that's what happened. A winner's mentality would never say that. The difference between success and failure is mentality. Thoughts manifest reality. That is a cold hard fact. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You know, like if like imagine if the coach of a sports team, right, prior to a championship game, just was like, guys, there's no way we're going to win this. There's no chance. Like, we can try and we can do everything we can, but we're not going to win. It's just not going to happen. Like, what would that do to the fucking players on that team, bro? It would Coach Spencer. Oh my God, we could make a whole skit around Coach Spencer. But like, realistically speaking, what would that do to the team's morale? It would fucking destroy them, man. Like, it really would. Why do you think, even in the most dire of circumstances, these teams, like, they always have like a ritualistic, like, pre-game hype session where it's like, maybe on the outside looking in, everybody's like, damn, they don't have a chance in hell. But they're in there saying, ignore that noise. Screw that. Like, let's make it happen. And you could argue, we've literally seen throughout sports history, teams, like, I watched this video, it was the craziest shit ever. It was like the biggest upsets in sports history, where there were just these teams where it's just like, statistically speaking, like, it is pretty much impossible, nearly impossible for this to be the outcome. And yet it happens. And and when that happens, people want to know. They're like, how did that happen? Like, how is this possible? And it always comes down to the same thing, man. It comes down to, like, there are people who give up and there are people who don't. There are people who believe and there are people who don't. And I assure you, nobody, I mean, maybe there's like one or two people in history. I don't know. I haven't met them, nor have I heard about them. But as far as I could tell, nobody throughout history, not a single person, has ever achieved anything great, whether it's in competitive terms or not, by convincing themselves they can't do it. Okay? I want to repeat that. Nobody throughout human history has ever achieved something that would be considered great competitively or otherwise by convincing themselves they simply can't do it. That's not how it works. And so, yeah, it's just like, if you go into something telling yourself and you have a belief that I can't do it, then you're never going to be able to do it. Because it all starts with, you either can. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous to be quoting Yoda up in here, but it's a really applicable quote where, Yoda says, "Do or do not. There is no try." That's basically what that means, is like, you either believe or you don't. And that's ultimately where you have to start. And that's how it goes, man. Straight up quoting Yoda up in this bitch. I mean, I'll tell you right now. Listen, you must. I'll tell you right now, dude. I don't know Jim Ryan on a personal level, obviously. But I bet you if I were to run into Jim Ryan and I were to ask him, like, hey, do you believe the PS5 could go on to be the best-selling home console in history, like of all time? I don't know exactly what he would say, but I know for a fact he wouldn't say, no, definitely not. I could see him saying, possibly, yeah. Maybe there's a chance. Or who knows, maybe he could say, oh yeah, I think it's going to happen. We're on our way. But not a single, like, he would never say, at least it doesn't seem like it. Again, this is the guy leading PlayStation right now. He's not going to say, nope, not a chance in hell. Absolutely not. Like, no. Jim believes. Jim's a believer in generations. Oh man, that's funny. Jim Ryan also thought nobody would care about backwards compatible games. Well, if anything, that proves my point, right? He really did believe. Jim believed, like, who would ever play that? Why would anybody care about backwards compatible games? And what happened with PlayStation? Backwards compatibility was neglected. He didn't believe, man. He needed to believe. I mean, obviously that's a bit of an exaggeration, but to be fair though, if Jim Ryan did believe in backwards compatibility in older games and game preservation, you better believe like the entirety of PlayStation's backwards compatibility efforts would be very different, than they are now. But it's a bit different, it's a bit different of kind of, it's a bit apples to oranges, I think. But all I'm trying to say, man, is that if right now Microsoft, if the leader of gaming underneath Microsoft and the leader for gaming underneath Xbox is somebody with a defeatist, loser's mentality, I don't think he should be the leader, because that's not what leaders are like. That's just not a trait a leader's supposed to have. Like that is not the trait of a leader. And that's just the way it is. Like a leader in anything, whether it's in business, in this case, a gaming company, they have to be smart. They have to be real and aware of like the realities. But that doesn't mean you have to give up and have a defeatist mentality. And that, I think, is just why I'm kind of over it. Like, I'm over the Phil Spencer interview, because it's like, yeah, he said what he said and it is what it is, and we talked about it. But I think the thing that still gets me is, like, you guys mentioned today that Skill Up basically agreed with him and defended him, and like that, it's like stuff like that still kind of gets me. It's like, what? Like, what? Like, how? Like, how did we listen to the same interview, Land Before Space-Time, you're saying, I expect to see 25 to 35% of what Sony is working on. Games are in various states of development, and they need stuff to reveal and share later. Expectations are sky high, but where do we draw the line? I think that's a great question, actually, because I have been talking a lot about how high my expectations are. I mean, I'll put it this way. Expectations are and justify they are high justifiably, and they should be high. And you say like sky high. I think it's fair, and I think Sony is understanding of this, that it's like, well, we have some of the most loyal but also, expecting fans in the world, but certainly in all of gaming. And they're not ignorant to that. Sony knows this better than anybody. So they definitely understand this has to be a big show, and they can't half-ass it. They can't skate by. It has to be something exciting. But you ask, like, where do we draw the line? Well, for as big as this show is supposed to be and is going to be, there's no doubt that there are going to be people, and some people would say I'm one of these individuals that are going to get their expectations like unrealistically high. There's a fine line between this is going to be one of the biggest and best shows ever. There's a fine line between that and, okay, now you're in La La Land. You know what I mean? Basically, anybody who mentions Bloodborne, they're in La La Land. I'm kidding. But really, though, I wouldn't expect anything Bloodborne. Just saying. I personally don't. But, it's tough, man. It's tough because I don't want people to get disappointed. But I also feel like people won't be disappointed. You know, like I feel like I could. So a good example is I remember in 2021 when the showcase was announced, I made a video basically saying like, here's a list of all the things that could possibly be there based off of everything we know. And it was so unbelievably unrealistic compared to what we got. It was laughable. But yet no one cared, and they were still super excited after PlayStation Showcase. So that was in 2021. Imagine the pie on MBG's face when Bluepoint announces Bloodborne 2. Oh my God. That would be crazy. But that was in 2021. We're like, you know, we're a year and a half removed from that with no showcase in between. So I think we're at a point where if I make and I'm going to do a video like that or a stream like that, where we're going to go over all the things that could possibly be there, and we'll like order it in order of like most likely to least likely, something along those lines. Or we could just like color code it, like green means I think it's absolutely going to be there, or a very, very good chance. Yellow, like more like a possibility, but maybe unlikely. And then red being like absolutely not, no chance. But what I'm trying to say is like when I do that stream where I make that list, there's going to be so much more on there, you know, or not so much more, but just so much in general. And I think most people are going to be like, yeah, I think that sounds kind of mostly realistic, you know? And that's what I'm saying is like the expectation truly is high. And where do we draw the line? I mean, I don't know. Like at this point, I'm not really sure. I guess if I had to draw a line myself, it would be number one, like, don't expect every single game announcement to be an exclusive. Obviously. Number two, don't expect every single exclusive announcement to be a single player narrative driven game, because there will be multiplayer announcements. Number three, some of these multiplayer games, or even maybe some of the single player games, but certainly some of the multiplayer games that are announced, you might not like at all. You know, this is where I feel like that, to me, if I'm talking about trying to like temper expectations and keep people in check, it would fall kind of into those categories. It's not so much about like I see, dude, I still see people, at least on Twitter anyway. And actually, no, not on Twitter. On my video that I put out yesterday, this one person left a comment and it was upvoted. It was one of the most upvoted comments. It had almost 50 upvotes of somebody saying like, yeah, I'm not going to get excited until Sony officially announces it. And I get that. Like, I think that's totally fair. I think that sucks for that person, but that's fair. Because it's like, people are literally afraid to allow themselves to get excited. And I get that. Like, I can't fault them for that, but I just, like, for me personally, that feels like it kind of sucks. Like, imagine if I was just sitting here every day and I'm like, yeah, I don't think it's happening, dude. Nah. Sony's not doing. I don't think Sony, maybe Sony will do a showcase, but until they announce it, I don't care. I don't care about the rumors, don't care about the leaks. Nope. Don't care. I already feel bored just saying it like that, you know? Because that's not, I don't know. That sucks. I'm just tired of always, I guess I'm saying I'm tired of always being told that I have to keep my expectations in check, where it's like, no, like we need, like, let's have high expectations so we can let these, you know what I mean? Like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with expecting Sony to do a show very soon after not doing one for a year and a half? What's wrong with expecting this show to be really fucking good? There's nothing wrong with it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And I mean, look, maybe my confidence level is too high. You know? Maybe my confidence level is too high. Maybe I ultimately am going to be disappointed. But I think the truth is, at this point, guys, and I hate to say this, but I think it's true, I don't think Sony has to do that much to get people excited. I think, if anything, what I just highlighted about the 2021 showcase, again, dude, my video prior to that showcase, I was like, they could announce SOCOM, they could announce Bloodborne, they could announce Metal Gear. Like, I mean, I was just going on and on and on about every fucking thing they could announce. You know, they could announce like 3 new IPs. I was going crazy, bro. And in reality, it's like, actually, there's only going to be 10 minutes of first party stuff. And half of it's going to be stuff that was already announced or that you know about. And the other half is going to be Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine. Now, if you had told me that the day before, like if somebody like leaked that to me and said, this is what it's going to be, I would have said, I don't believe you. There's no way. That sounds disappointing. But the reality was, as I was watching it in the moment, it actually wasn't disappointing. It was actually very exciting. But, however, big caveat here. Once the hype levels died down a little bit, I could be more realistic in my assessment and my review of it. And my review of it was very good. And that Wolverine announcement for me was like, that was the clincher, like the clutch moment. But it definitely could have been, we definitely could have seen more in terms of first party. You know, like they could have had a little bit more to show. And that was in 2021. And like now, pretty much everybody's like, they got to have a lot, you know, like they got to have a lot. It doesn't have to all be new IP. It doesn't have to all be single player, but they got to have a lot and it has to be exciting. And fuck, I'm excited. I can't help it, man. I could literally spend every day just streaming, talking about the showcase leading up to the showcase at the end of this month, because that's just, I don't know, man. I can't help it. There's so much riding on this showcase for me. I mean, and it's really, really hard for me not to fucking get insanely hyped. Because look, for me personally, it's like, wait, hold on. You're telling me we're finally going to get the Last of Us multiplayer game. Guys, I said it earlier. I'm going to say it one more time. Do you know how badly Naughty Dog would have to fuck up this game for me to like not be excited about it? They would have to fuck this game up beyond belief. I'm super, super, super hyped for this Last of Us multiplayer game. So knowing that's going to be there, but then you fucking tell me, you actually have the audacity, these insiders, to tell me, yo, Metal Gear's going to be there. Yeah, and it's going to be exclusive. What? Whoa, oh, okay, hold on. And then those two things alone, I'm done. I don't need any more. But that's just it. Is, oh, by the way, you're going to get Spider-Man 2. You're going to get possibly a new IP revealed, right? Like, it's just, that's why I'm just, if the expectation right now already is Last of Us multiplayer game, and Metal Gear, the Metal Gear revival for PS5, and it's going to be exclusive. Like, just if those two things alone are already like kind of there, like known beforehand, then I like, that's why for me it's like I don't know where to draw the line, because it's like, holy shit, you know, like to me that's already huge. That's already huge. Saying Metal Gear would be a low effort remaster at best, I don't think so, man. That would be a real shame. I mean, that would be truly disappointing. You know what? Do you guys know who Python Selkin is? They're like a pretty decent sized YouTube channel, I think. Python Selkin, they're like they cover like Metal Gear a lot, and I saw their latest video. They were basically pointing out that Sony was seemingly teasing Metal Gear, already. And the way that they were teasing it, it was like, I think it was one of the last PS5 ad trailers they put out. There was like one scene. It was like really, really, it was almost like a single frame. But in the scene, there were like banners in the background, and they all had a bunch like Metal Gear logos. Like they had the Fox logo, they had the Diamond Dogs logo, they had the Foxhound logo. And I thought that was crazy because I was like, yo, how did I miss that? How did I miss that? So that was yeah, that was kind of surprising. Oh, I got to update this, by the way. We're actually sitting. So how many members should we have? Because my counter stopped going up. My counter says we're at 90, but I feel like we're over 90, right? I don't know. I'm going to have to do a little bit of math in a moment to figure out. So that was a great question, Land Before Space Time. Kazuya88, you're saying Xbox's showcase. I want gameplay, no CG trailers, dates or real updates for all already announced games. Would be an A for me. Otherwise, C or D. I think that's fair, Kazuya. Like, I think that's absolutely a fair expectation to have. And frankly, I think that's an expectation that most people should have. Honestly. Totally fair. I hope it's not a C or a D, man. I mean, like, I don't mind if Microsoft wants to show like just a few CG trailers as long as they're like distributed in between what we're talking about. Gameplay, release dates, updates on games that already had their CG trailers years ago. That's fine, That's totally fine. But those things need to be there, man. So I appreciate that, Kazuya. We got Michael Lynch saying, Skill Up didn't just blindly agree with Phil at the end. He explained what he thinks Phil means by his final comment. Okay. I am gonna react to that before the end of this stream because I'm genuinely very curious as to what he has to say because I know I don't have the full context, So I'm gonna react to that at the very end. I'm assuming is it in his like news video? I'm guessing that's probably where he talked about it. So I appreciate you letting me know that, Michael. Akira Light, you're saying, do you think the Castlevania game could be a remake of SOTN? Because it seems like they are making the biggest games of their respective series. I don't. I would say that's a good prediction and expectation because that does fall in line with what Konami's doing, Like, they're remaking Silent Hill 2, which is considered the biggest game in that series. Well, I don't know. Would we consider Metal Gear Solid 3 the biggest game? I guess, like, the only questionable thing here is if... I don't know if Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater would be considered the biggest game of the Metal Gear series, but... I would, like, I don't know. I feel like you could take any of the games, like 2, 3, 4, 1, whatever, like any of the main lines, maybe except 5, because we're still, like, we're not far enough removed from 5, although it's getting close to 10 years. Crazy enough. Yeah, I mean, to Symphony of the Night remake, it seems like a safe bet, right? Like, it does, but I don't know. I feel like Castlevania is really kind of the only one right now that I could see them saying, you know what, let's just do a brand new one. And not a remake. And I think people would be okay with that as long as they do it right. Yeah, Castlevania has a ton of potential. And that's kind of what makes me think they might be deciding to just make a new game. Because if they do decide to remake Castlevania, they're going to be confined to a certain degree. But then again, we're talking about like beloved game franchises that, Konami has a lot of making up to do. They have a lot of ground to make up for. A lot of goodwill that they have to try to win back or earn back. So I could see them deciding they want to, maybe do that. Maybe just do a remake. Sorry guys, I gotta take a little hydration break here. My throat's starting to get dry. Dude, I really wonder if Blue Point is making a Castlevania game. That would be crazy, dude. Even the Castlevania God of War clones were good. Really quick, I'll answer George A because he's asking a question that's relevant to the super chat. MPG, favorite Castlevania game? So believe it or not, I'm incredibly unfamiliar with Castlevania. Like I've played Symphony of the Night a little bit, never got super into it. I was a lot younger. I don't know, it just didn't do it for me. I played you mentioned the newer like God of War-esque Castlevania. I think what's the name of the first? Because I know they made two of those. Like the more modern Castlevania, they made two. What was the name of the first one? Because that was the one that I actually played the most, believe it or not. And I actually did think it was really cool. I was like, yo, this is sick. And then I just never played the second one. Lords of Shadow. So that's why like Castlevania to me is a very interesting one, because I'm actually not one of these fans where it's like Castlevania, I can't wait to see it come back. For me, Castlevania is more along the lines of I've been vaguely familiar with it throughout the years, but I never really got into it. So I'm really interested to see like what they might do, because I feel like I win either way. If they do a remake, it's still going to be pretty new to me. You know what I mean? If they choose to do something brand new, it's still going to be new to me. So I am very curious to see what they do with Castlevania. That's going to be fun to watch. But yeah, I know Castlevania, like there's some diehard Castlevania fans. That's why I haven't talked about Castlevania too much ultimately, because it's like I don't know like what the DNA of Castlevania is. Other than I know, it's incredibly important to the industry because it's influenced so many games. So I'm excited to see Castlevania come back for that reason. How can they make a Castlevania game worth $70? I don't know, man. They gotta bring that triple anus. That's what they gotta do. That's how they do it. They gotta bring the triple anus. Castlevania triple anus of the night. There you go. Castlevania Lords of Triple Anus. Oh man. What am I doing here? So thank you for the super chat, Akira Knight. You're saying Dark Souls is basically modern day Castlevania. Interesting. I have heard like a lot of people say that they would love to see a Castlevania made by From Software. That would be fascinating. RE46 N2 Ray saying Starfield is going paid mods and microtransactions. I don't know how to, like, my gut reaction to that, because I saw that, like, I was on Twitter and I saw that they're going apparently to have microtransactions. What? I'm sorry. I just went on Twitter and the first thing I see is Robert De Niro has revealed that he has become a father to his 7th child at the age of 79. What? 79? What? What the? Okay. Well, see, this is why I still use Twitter sometimes, because I would have never known. That kid's going to have issues. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Imagine saying like, hey, I just birthed my 7th child. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm 79. Like, what? Anyway, sorry, I got a little bit distracted there, but yeah, I've been seeing that floating around that that apparently it's been revealed that Starfield is going to have microtransactions. And so like, look, my instinctive gut reaction is, wow, like, that's not good. Like, I feel like that's not what people want to hear for that game. However, I don't know if that's a like normal common thing when it comes to Bethesda RPGs, because it might be. Like, I don't know if the player base, that goes in hard on these Bethesda RPGs, I don't know if they're already conditioned to expect this, to expect microtransactions and MTX. You're saying paid mods and microtransactions. I mean, I don't know, man. I like, it's one of those things. It's like, I don't want to jump on it because I don't know. I mean, it's just, I will say that a lot of people have talked about Starfield and given it a lot of credit, because it's like, yes, it's like Bethesda returning to the single player, as a single player massive RPG. And for me, naturally, when I think single player, I don't think microtransactions. That's just me. But I see you guys mentioning the Creation Club. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's where I'm not into Bethesda and their RPGs enough to know. I guess that's really all I can say. Like, I feel like all I can say is that when I hear single player game, I don't expect microtransactions. I just don't. And I'm not saying that means if a single player game has microtransactions, they're automatically like egregious and horrible. I don't think single player games should have microtransactions. It's just, it doesn't make sense to me. But that's my like gut reaction to hearing that. Tell that to Ubisoft, dude. Yeah, Ubisoft sucks, bro. Ubisoft is the worst with that. It's like a joke. I'm so glad, knock on wood, man. I really hope Sony doesn't do shit like that. Like, Sony, you're gonna put microtransactions all in your live service games? Go right ahead. Please keep it out of single player games. You're saying they do MTX right? Well, I guess we'll see, man. We'll see how people react to it. Figuratively literal, you're saying Horizon Forbidden West has apparently sold 8.4 million units. Yeah, this was revealed. I actually have the PlayStation blog up. I'm not going to read this because it's very long, but if you're interested, over on the PlayStation blog, they posted 20 years of Guerilla, the story of a PlayStation studio. And they talk about the history of their studio, starting with Killzone, going into Horizon. I want to read the last paragraph of this because it's pretty interesting. It says, growing into a positive future, our studio has grown from those early scrappy days to a massive group of hundreds of talented developers. And with us, the world of Horizon has also grown. Players have come face to face with our awe-inspiring machines in VR, with Call of the Mountain, comic books, and board games are expanding the world. It's truly humbling. Of course, we can't overlook the significant impact that our dedicated community has had on our games, studio, and people over the years. Guerilla wouldn't be where it is today without the support of our players. As of April 16th, 2023, the Horizon franchise has sold through more than 32.7 million units worldwide, of which Horizon Forbidden West has sold over 8.4 million units. Millions more around the world have discovered Horizon thanks to PlayStation's subscription services and initiatives, including PS Plus and Play at Home. All told, it's a milestone we never imagined possible 20 years ago when we first started making games. The reception has been staggering, and we're grateful to the community for the continued love and support for the franchise. We, Guerrillas, feel lucky to witness that support every day. Last of all, I'd like to share that we are excited that Aloy's adventures will continue. Her latest mission takes her to the ruins of Los Angeles and Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores, and we can't wait for you to find out where she'll go next. Dude, Oh, I know I just sighed in like disappointment, but is Guerrilla trying to let us know we're fucking going to see Horizon 3 announced at the showcase? Because I will actually be angry. Like, I'm sorry, but I will be genuinely frustrated if we see Horizon 3 announced at the showcase. Because it's like, dude, not yet. Like, please, God, give it some time. I feel like that's the second time they teased that, dude. I'm really thinking they might be ready to announce Horizon 3 already. Oh, shit. Well, you know what? I'll put it to you this way. Maybe it'll be fine because they're going to announce... There's a good chance they're going to announce the Horizon multiplayer game. So, I don't know. Maybe they'll just have like a back-to-back announcement where it's like, here's Horizon... You know what? No, I just figured it out. I could be wrong about this, but now that I'm putting more thought into it, dude, they're going to have to announce Horizon 3. Do you know why? Do you know why they're going to have to announce it? There's no fucking way in hell Sony comes out and announces a Fortnite-looking Horizon multiplayer game without also making sure to prevent people from getting pissed off by also saying, oh, also here's Horizon 3. That to me, now I'm thinking that actually I think makes the most sense. That like maybe it is too soon, but I don't know, man. I could very much see Sony being nervous that like if they, because that's the thing, dude. This you're saying not happening. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe that's why they're saying it explicitly. That would explain it as well. On the other side of the coin, it could be that we're nowhere near ready to announce Horizon 3. We're probably going to be announcing the Horizon multiplayer game soon. We want to make it clear right now. We're making another Aloy, Horizon 3. It's going to star Aloy. They could do that. But I don't know, man. I also see Sony maybe going in that direction where it's like, in order to prevent potential backlash, because guys, you need to brace yourselves. This Horizon game is going to look identical to Fortnite. Aesthetically, like it's going to be Fortnite Horizon. I know that Herman Holst said we're not just looking to make a bunch of Fortnites and Destinies, but they're at least making one. In that, if you checked out the leaked gameplay and artwork of this Horizon multiplayer game, it's Fortnite, bro. It's straight up Fortnite. And or you know what? Hold on. I also it's kind of Genshin Impact as well. It's like it seems like it's like a potential mix between Fortnite and Genshin Impact. Yeah, so I don't want to say it's identical to Fortnite, but that's what most people are going to think when they see it. So I guess I'm just saying, like, I could potentially see the Horizon multiplayer game it might get a negative response, man, just based on the art style alone. It might. And that's why I'm saying, like, they might want to mitigate that by being like, oh, don't be mad. Here's Horizon. Here's the first teaser trailer for Horizon 3. I'll be honest. I got to be totally real right now. Okay. I got to be totally real when I say I don't know that I'm like really excited about Guerrilla games anymore. I enjoy Horizon, but Horizon is not at the top of my list of like games and game worlds and like series that I like it's not in the top 5. Maybe it's in the top 10. I think it's probably in the top 10. But I find it difficult to get overly excited about Guerrilla specifically, only because like it really is obvious, like, dude, everything from them, it's just Horizon. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a problem, because we've seen that with Santa Monica Studio, God of War, Naughty Dog, The Last of Us, and I'm assuming with well, then again, I don't know, Naughty Dog had Uncharted as well. And Sucker Punch doesn't fall under that category because Sucker Punch has made other games. And I mean, look, it's nothing against Horizon. It's just that, I don't know, man. If like for a studio that's that big, for a studio that has I mean, dude, we got Horizon Zero Dawn, the Horizon Zero Dawn DLC, Horizon Forbidden West DLC. We got Horizon Call of the Mountain. We're getting a Horizon multiplayer game. We're getting a Horizon TV show. It's like, and we're getting confirmation of Horizon 3. You see what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know, man. I think the reason why specifically with Guerrilla Games I'm a little bit upset is because I really was holding out. I'm like, yeah, they're going to make a shooter of some kind. Like, they're going to make Killzone again. Oh, they're not? Well, remember that rumor that they were making SOCOM? Oh, they're not doing that either? You know? And it's just like, all right, well, I don't mind them. I'll put it this way. I understand why they're becoming the Horizon studio, why they are the Horizon studio. Like, that's what they're going to do. I get that. I understand. And maybe they're okay with that. Like, I think if they asked to make a new IP, I think Sony would say, sure. They might not even want to. They might just want to keep growing the Horizon universe. It's because for me personally, it's not the universe I get most excited about. And I'll be just totally real with you right now. Like, I was excited about the multiplayer game, and when I saw the art style, I'm not going to judge it just based on the art style. I'm not going to do that. Like, it's Horizon, it's a first party multiplayer game. I'm going to check the gameplay, see what it's like, but I will be honest when I tell you the art style immediately turns me off because that's not Horizon. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're saying it's 4-year-old alpha footage, dude. That is true, but I'll put it to you this way. Like, I anticipated a multiplayer Horizon game basically having the same art style as the main game. Like, basically a co-op Horizon, like a Monster Hunter type thing, right? And it might still be that. But with like Genshin Impact, Fortnite-esque graphics. And again, like, gameplay is king, but I'm just being honest when I say, like, that's not what I imagined in my head. That's not what I imagined in my head when I thought about, Horizon multiplayer. Drew Het, you're saying strong disagree, MBG. We need to see Wolverine. We need to see it. Popular vote, sir, speaks a lot. Resound success is the example I'm making towards my influence. The mods here are my allies. They will delete you from this chat until I have my mod. Yo, dude, Sir Speaks a lot is like, how do I fast track myself to get straight up getting banned? Sir Speaks a lot is going to be the first longtime member and supporter that straight up gets banned because he's creating a mutiny. We'll see, Sir Speaks a lot. We'll see. Give it more time. But I'll tell you, Sir Speaks a lot, I will tell you, that does not help your case, bro. Saying we will delete you from this chat has to be the opposite, man. Sir Speaks a lot's on a power trip. Perfect Image, you're saying it's crazy that Berkshire owns 7%. Sony knows what's what. Space D says, MBG, I think you're going to get a reality check of what happens when PlayStation doesn't have competition. PS5 is selling by pure inertia, effortless. Space D, you might be right. You might be right about that. But I also want to say, I mentioned earlier in the show that I listened to Sacred Symbols, their latest episode. One of the things that Colin Moriarty brought up that I actually didn't really consider, and as I was listening to him speak, I'm like, actually, that's pretty much true. He was saying that a lot of people, and I'm one of these people, feel that if Microsoft doesn't compete, then, Sony's going to become malevolent. They're going to become the big, evil, greedy corporation, the arrogant corporation that just, gives the middle finger to their fans and whatnot. because there's nobody there to challenge them. But he argued that, dude, Xbox hasn't been competing with PlayStation for like over a decade. And I was like, God damn. I think that's true. You know, like, I mean, I don't think it's entirely true. Like, I don't think it's like true to a degree. Like, it's not fair or accurate to say that Microsoft has offered zero competition to Sony. That's not true. But to say that the competition has been so minimal that Sony basically has not had to really worry about them, I think that's fair, you know? And the reason why he was pointing that out was to basically highlight the fact, and during this time, Sony's basically been doing better than they ever have in the eyes of the fan base, you know, in terms of games and just, yeah, I mean, so Space D, I still ultimately feel that, like, for example, I talked about, imagine Sony developing a PlayStation 6. Well, I don't know, like, what would a PlayStation 6 look like if there was no next-gen Xbox? I mean, I think there will be a next-gen Xbox, but I mean, somebody might say, well, dude, they're still going to produce an amazing console because they're going to need to convince people to leave the PS5 to go to the PS6. That's going to require, you know, significant upgrade regardless of the competition. And I'd say, yeah, that's true. But I guess it's just the idea of having Xbox there. It adds more pressure, you know, and I think that can be good. But I don't know, man. Like, saying I'm going to get a reality check possibly when PlayStation doesn't have competition. Well, man, keep in mind, like, I'm not advocating for no competition. I never will, because I just feel like that sucks. Like, again, I don't want to see Xbox have a fucking garbage showcase. That would be that would be the least ideal thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, it would make for some great content. I can admit that, obviously. If Microsoft has like the worst showcase ever, yeah, that makes for some great content where I can just say, holy shit, they fucked up again. But that's not what I actually want. Like, what I would like is to walk away from it and say, holy shit, they actually, did you see some of those games, bro? Now it's getting good. Now we're getting to the meat and potatoes, you know? I mean, for as easy as it is to shit on something like Redfall, it's also simultaneously very sad, you know? So we'll see, Space D. Zanarcan Blitzer, you're saying, MBG, just to clarify, I just heard the bad E3 news through your latest video. I made a note to myself that E3 was coming this June. It sucks that E3 was canceled this year. You're watching MBG News. God damn, Zanarcan, that's crazy. Yeah, well, what are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? What are you going to do about E3 being gone, you know? Reminisce about the good old days. Ivan Noel, Kachofel, member for 7 months. You're saying, hey, MBG, are you hyped for the Gran Turismo movie? I wouldn't say that I'm like hyped, but I'm interested. Like, I'm definitely more excited than I ever expected to be for a Gran Turismo movie. I think I'm going to see it. Yeah, I think I'm going to go see it when it comes out. I'm curious. I'm just curious to see if, like, I walk out of that movie theater and be like, yo, that was sick. What a great story, you know? But yeah, it looks better than I expected. Ripper Rooney, you're saying, what's up, MBG? When do you think they confirm the date? I see some people saying as soon as next week. I think next week, guys. I think we're getting the date next week. I don't know what day exactly, but I think it's coming next week. And holy shit, man. PlayStation Showcase is going to trend for like a week straight. Unless they delay it. Unless they delay it. Space D, you're saying, yeah, but Nintendo doesn't compete in the same space as PlayStation like Sony themselves. And CMA agreed because of the ABK deal. Same energy? Well, I mean, you're not. That's the thing, man. You're not wrong. Like, I don't view Nintendo as competition to Sony. I agree with that because they're just too different, you know? Like, and you know, you got Phil Spencer out here saying like we're gonna carve our own path and do our own thing differently. I mean, you're saying same energy. I don't know exactly what you want me to say to that, but I guess all I can say is that, dude, if PlayStation ends up not having like serious competition, I will be worried. Yeah. But I'll try to remain hopeful and optimistic that, well, you know, like hopefully we can still get a great PlayStation and the best PlayStation, even with minimal competition or almost no competition. That's my hope. But I will always be a little bit wary that, like, you know, we've seen where this can lead sometimes. Top Shotta, you're saying Xbox's strategy is not about making great games, but it's about acquiring great games. Sony saw the threat of what they're doing to their business. Yeah, they absolutely. Absolutely, man. That is what it comes down to, is the reason why Sony, like, you know, a lot of people talked about Jim Ryan and Sony's reaction to the ABK deal is like, oh man, Sony's scared. You know, but the reason why Sony's scared is because they're afraid they might have competition. Like, that's not what scares Sony. What scares Sony is the same thing that pretty much scares a lot of people, which is, oh, so this titan of a corporation is just going to consolidate the industry. Like, I don't think Sony, like, look, if we see Hellblade 2 and then it's like it's getting as much hype and excitement around it as like God of War Ragnarok or God of War 2018 did, like that I don't think would scare Sony, but Sony would definitely be paying attention. Like, yo, that looks like that could be our game. You know, like, and that to me, like, that's to me, I want to see Sony in that position. Like, I want to see Sony looking over their shoulder, like, you know, I want to see them do their own thing, obviously, and eyes on the ball, but I want them to be paying attention to the competition, not because of what the competition is buying and about to like take away from them, you know, but because of what the competition is bringing to the table, something they made, you know, or, you know, I know that, you know, I count Ninja Theory as an Xbox studio. I know they were purchased, but they're an Xbox studio. But you're absolutely right, Top Shotta. Kirohime, you're saying, to be fair, every studio has had bullets in the chamber for like 2 years. Sony just had to force everyone to put the safety on. Let the dogs off the leash, Sony. They're restless just like us. Let them eat. Goddamn. I love the analogies. IP Gaming, you're saying, keep hearing clicking / popping noises. Guys, are you hearing that? Is that coming through? Do I have something going on with my microphone? But Kirohime, I love the analogies because I think that's absolutely true. Bullets in the chamber for 2 years. Okay, everybody's saying the mic's good, so that might be on your end. You might want to check that out. Let the dogs off the leash, Sony. You know how Sony's going to open their showcase with the Baja Men, Who Let the Dogs Out? You guys remember that song? That's the song that's going to play at the beginning of Sony's showcase. You know what? Fuck it. Maybe they'll just have him play live. Well, not live, but it would be pre-recorded. But they're going to bring him in. Yeah, but I think you're right, Kirohime. I think you're absolutely on the money where, yeah, let him eat. Let him eat. Let's do it. Carlos, you're saying, it irks me that Sony let Naughty Dog do a game no one asked for instead of a new single-player game. So you're talking about the multiplayer game. Well, okay, so here's something to understand, Carlos. Naughty Dog is working on a single player game. They have been working on a single player game since The Last of Us Part 2 ended. Now, does that... I think a lot of people... have you noticed how many job openings Naughty Dog has had for this multiplayer game since they announced it back in 2020? A lot. A lot. Like, they've had to hire so many people because the bulk of their staff... Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying... I could be wrong. I don't know for sure, but I'm almost certain that Naughty Dog has already been working on a single player game for quite some time. And it's going to take them a long time, dude. I don't know if it's a new IP. I don't know if it's The Last of Us Part 3, but there's no way that Naughty Dog would need the entirety of Naughty Dog developers to make The Last of Us multiplayer. There's no way. They probably have a decent chunk, like maybe a third of their development team working on it. But I could be wrong. And you could be right. It could very well be they actually have the overwhelming majority of people at Naughty Dog working on this multiplayer game. And they might. For all we know, like not too long after The Last of Us multiplayer game comes out, they might come out and be like, and we're now excited to announce that we're beginning work on our new single player game, an IP or whatever. That could happen as well. Well, to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it, you might be right. I'm putting more thought into it now. You might be right because Neil Druckmann's been working on The Last of Us HBO. This team's been working on The Last of Us Part 1 and the multiplayer, so I'm not sure. But if I had to put my money on it, I would say that they've probably been beavering away on some type of single player game, even if it's just very early development stages. But I hear what you're saying, Carlos. I think quite a few people feel that way. But Carlos, I'm curious. I want you to come back after, or maybe the day of the showcase when we see the guys. I just want to see people. I want to hear from people who were not excited for The Last of Us multiplayer. How many people in this chat we have still almost like 775 people watching, which is awesome. Hit that like button, guys. I want to know how many people here are not excited for The Last of Us multiplayer. Like you just don't care, or you're not excited for it. You're not interested in it. I'm going to have to do like a poll. Yeah, I'm going to have to. All right, let me end this poll and then I'll make that one. Hype level for Xbox Showcase. High, 15%. Mid, 23%. Low, 32%. Zero, 30%. Almost 2,000 votes. All right, I'm going to make a new poll. Oops. Oops. All right, here we go. New poll is out. Vote on that. So thank you for that, Carlos. And Shadow Moss, you're saying shout out to Robert De Niro for still busting nuts. Oh my God, making me read that shit. Yeah, shout out to Robert De Niro, bro. All right, let me go grab my headphones real quick, guys. this thing? I want to listen to Skill Up, his thoughts. Carlos saying multiplayer's killing single player due to microtransactions. I mean, to a certain degree, maybe, yeah. But dude, that's not. Listen, man, that's not going to happen with PlayStation. At least I don't think so. There's a very low chance of it. I say that because, dude, like, Sony still sells tens of millions of copies at full price of their single player games. Microtransactions or not, that still means a lot, and that's always going to mean a lot. And thank you for that donation, Fire Dragon 5270. Appreciate that, bud. I have really quick though. I need to do this. Hold on. 1, 2. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so I just really quick, I wanted to add up all the memberships. I'm happy to say we are caught up. Okay. I mean, I said earlier to you guys, like, please hold off on gifting any more memberships. And the reason why I asked that was because the counter, like, slowed down. We are at 90 and we are completely caught up. So it's up to you guys if you want to, gift a couple more, see if that keeps climbing, see if it's still slow or not. That's up to you. But I'm going to bring up this video from Skill Up. Just give me a moment. Ooh, really quick. Actually, I have a Tom Henderson just broke an article here, and I'm very interested to read this because I hope this doesn't autoplay. I want to read this really quick. Call of Duty 2023 to be revealed at the beginning of August. What is this going to be? Does he say, is it going to be like a DLC? A continuation of Modern Warfare 2? Oh, all right. Well, all right. Let me get this Skill Up video. Okay, yeah, I see his video here. I need to drop that resolution down.
This video is sponsored by Ridge and their
Yeah, I didn't have all this set up because I wasn't planning. This is kind of just off the cuff. So let me. Oh wait, I gotta shrink that. That's good. Okay, and I think everything's set up. Oh, he doesn't have timestamps for his Oh, okay. It looks like he starts it at the. Is his whole? Oh, wait. This whole video? Is this whole video dedicated to Xbox? I thought this was like a news video. All right, well, let's get it started.
Their limited edition Travis Matthew collaboration. Not just for golfers, this new limited release includes a range of new styles from camo to floral to California palms and more. Get 10% off your order using offer code GIVEDEEP when it's for a worthy cause. So, I'm now an official Game On Can. I'm hoping that user reviews might provide some comfort. Then I'm sorry, I had predicted that score would sag as more critics got through the game and finalized their reviews. Sure enough, Redfall now sits at a very disappointing.
Really quick, Michael, you're saying, hey, MBG, if the showcase is real, do you think it's coincidence that it's taking place after the ABK deal fell apart and Sony's strategy is to kick the competition when it's down? I don't think their strategy is to kick the competition while it's down because Sony didn't know the outcome. I think it's just that Sony knew by the time we get to the end of May, the beginning of June, like the CMA is going to issue their verdict and the European Commission is going to issue their verdict. And based on that, pretty much we're going to know whether or not it's going to go through or not. So I don't think it's a coincidence. But I definitely don't view it as Sony kicking the competition while they're down. However, I will say that does, in my opinion, add to the show being potentially even bigger at this point. Like now Sony knows that, you know, the CMA, for example, doesn't care about whether or not they don't care about the console space. They're focused on cloud. So that might actually help make the show even bigger. So good question, Michael.
Week 60 on OpenCritic, a truly disastrous result for ArKane, Bethesda, and especially Microsoft, but more on that soon. If anyone was hoping that user reviews might provide some comfort, then I'm sorry to tell you that things are even worse over on Steam. Redfall currently sits at a mostly negative 31%. Those reviews are a reflection of not only a very substandard game, but an equally substandard PC port. The Digital Foundry breakdown on this is, as usual, essential viewing if you're into that sort of thing. They called it, quote, another unacceptably poor PC port, end quote. These reviews are so bad and so damning that Redfall, a first-party Microsoft exclusive developed by ArKane Studios, is the 14th lowest rated game of all time on Steam, according to Steam 250's weighted calculation. That is not to say that it has the lowest rating overall, but their calculation combines both the number of reviews and the results of those reviews. And yeah, according to that calculation, Redfall is indeed the 14th lowest rated game of all time on Steam. Player count, do not a more rosy picture paint. Now, of course, most people are playing this game on Game Pass or through the Microsoft Store. Sure, absolutely. But Steam player counts have always been an effective tool for estimating the overall interest in a title, since Steam is just such a massive ecosystem. Redfall achieved a peak concurrent player count of 1,560 people, and at the time of writing today, there were 400 people playing it on Steam just over a week after its launch.
Man.
I would remind you that this is, of course, a co-op looter shooter with 4 different characters, so you're meant to level up in gear. For comparison's sake, Borderlands 2, a game released over 10 years ago now, has 4 times the concurrent player count that Redfall does. When I did the show last week, I was still playing through Redfall. I didn't want to say anything until I'd completed the game, but the truth is, I actually couldn't bring myself to finish it. It was a mix of frustration and genuine sadness. Obviously, my review has done the rounds and it's got like 1 million views or whatever, and I know a lot of people think that YouTubers love it when games suck because it means free views. Maybe that's true for other people, but it's not true for me because the reality is I get enough views regardless. I'm fine. What I really wanted was a sick ArKane game that I would have loved the same way I love Dishonored or Prey, and I would gladly hand back those views and a hell of a lot more if I could get it. Because as I said in my review, it's a very sad day for ArKane Studios. This is a really talented studio, and clearly something has gone cataclysmically wrong there to result in this video game. My hope is that this is just a passing anomaly and that ArKane will be able to put it behind them and press on to the next thing, because the industry really needs the type of game that ArKane are uniquely capable of making, and we'd all be worse off if they didn't get the chance to make it. Still, as rough as this situation is for ArKane, it's worse for Microsoft. In my review, I'm like, if you're willing to release something this broken and this bad bad, how can people have faith that you won't do it again? It's one thing for Bethesda flops like Fallout 76 or Wolfenstein Youngblood, or other legendary clangers like Anthem or Saints Row, but these are all third-party titles. Redfall was the debut first-party exclusive after Microsoft's acquisition of Bethesda, and so at that point, the bar you have to clear gets that much higher, and the stakes for failing to clear it become that much more dire. It was a theme central to Phil Spencer's recent appearance on the Kinda Funny Xcast. He had earlier booked that appointment, having no idea of the shitstorm that would await him that week. Not only Redfall's disastrous reception, but also the CMA blocking the Activision Blizzard King acquisition. Weeks don't get much worse than that in video game land, and yet, full credit to him, Phil did not back out. He not only kept that appointment, but he said some things that no one was expecting, and I want to spend some time unpacking it because honestly, it was arguably the most forthright interview that any platform head has ever given.
I'm already sighing, because... Oh my God, man. Okay. Listen, so he mentioned that apparently Phil Spencer had this interview with Kinda Funny Games booked in advance. Did we get confirmation of that anywhere? Because I was under the impression that it was calculated. I don't know. I'm just checking if I missed something, because I thought that, honestly, I thought that the interview was kind of like brought up to kind of damage control. All right, so let's just, I'll finish this segment out, listen to the rest of what he has to say. They said it at the beginning of the actual interview. Okay. All right.
Phil opened by briefly speaking about the CMA and the fact that he wasn't happy with the decision, Microsoft would appeal it, yada yada. That's stuff we'd already heard from other people across Microsoft, but now we've heard it from Phil as well. With that out the way, the crew then jumped into Phil's raw reactions to the way that Redfall landed. Setting the tone for the rest of the interview, Phil really didn't hold back.
Yeah, maybe I'll start, I'll hit Redfall, but I'll just say all up, there's nothing that's more difficult for me than disappointing the Xbox community. I've been a part of it for a long time. I obviously work on Xbox, head of the business, have a lot of friends, get a lot of feedback. And just to kind of watch the community lose confidence, be disappointed. I'm disappointed. I'm upset with myself. I kind of revisit our process. I think back to the announcement of 60 frames per second, and then we weren't shipping 60 frames per second. That was kind of our punch in the chin, rightfully, a couple weeks ago. And then seeing the game come out, and the critical response was not what we wanted. And it's disappointing.
I mean, to be honest, that's pretty real. I really did think that Phil would go into this being like, oh, well, the game hasn't resonated with everyone, but it's found a core audience who love it, and we're encouraged by Game Pass usage, I don't know, something or other. The general corporate game of verbal interference that most CEOs kind of have to do for reasons we'll get into soon. But yeah, Phil was just very real, and I could feel his sense of frustration and disappointment. I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's just acting, he only cares about money or whatever, but I just don't believe that with Phil Spencer. I really think he genuinely cares about video games, the games industry, its people, the teams he leads. Maybe I'm a sucker, but I see a lot of corporate types, and you can...
Well, I don't think Skill Up is a sucker. I don't think anybody who believes Phil Spencer is a sucker based off of this interview. I think that you are just... I think you're just... Well, I think calling somebody a sucker is a bit too much, but I will say I do think people are falling for it a little bit, for sure. Like he's trying to get you to feel bad for them, like he's clearly trying to get you to feel like, yeah, we tried our best, guys, and so sorry, I really let you down. And it's like, dude, this is the same song and dance we've gotten for, like, I'm trying to say I don't think Phil's lying Like, I think he's being honest, but that doesn't make it okay, because that doesn't make what he's saying okay, because it's not. It's like, dude, that's all you've been doing to the Xbox gaming community since your time taking over almost a decade ago, is saying sorry and apologizing and saying you'll do better, you know? And like, I get it. Like, I understand to a degree where Skill Up's coming from, where it's like, it's true. You don't see other executives in this industry doing what Phil's doing right now. That is a fact. You don't see it. You don't see anybody else coming out giving like raw interviews like this, where even if what they're saying is, in my opinion, whack, you just don't see it. And so I get that you want to give Phil Spencer the credit that's due, where I respect him for coming out here, for doing this, and for being as honest as he can. But it's like, dude, you can't believe anybody who thinks that Phil Spencer was just allowed to come on this interview and say whatever he wanted to say is completely fucking delusional. That is not the case. Phil had to be very precise and very careful about exactly what he said. I do think that there are certainly things he put in there that are just his feelings on the matter, his opinions, but he can only go so far with what he can say truthfully, because, dude, he is a corporate executive at Microsoft, bro. Like, he is at the board of Microsoft, and they're in the middle of trying to get this major acquisition. Like, he was absolutely told, Phil, whatever you do, don't say these things. You can say anything else. Don't say these things. And I bet you one of those things is, don't say we make quality games. Don't say we're going to make quality games. Let's keep it going.
You can generally tell when they're full of shit. I don't think Phil Spencer is full of shit. Anyway, the fact remains that Redfall speaks to a colossal failure on the part of Phil to properly shepherd and quality check a first-party release, leading many to ask the question, why didn't you just delay this until it was done? Phil had an answer, but not one that's going to make anyone who blew $70 on Redfall any happier.
But when I look at the review scores of this game, it's, did we have enough of creative differentiation in our core idea? And did we realize that creative ambition? I'm a huge supporter of ArKane Austin. Their track record is awesome. I love a lot of the great games that they've built. This is one where the team didn't hit their own internal goals when it launched. I think it's maybe a little simplistic to just say, hey, if you would have just delayed it 3 months, the core creative of the game would have delivered on something that was different than what it was. So I look at them at different camps. If there's a production timeline issue, we've been open to delaying. If we just have more bugs than we should have at the end of a game, we're open to delaying. At some point, we have to have a creative vision and put the game out, and reviewers and players will tell us what they think.
So his general point here is that you can delay a game if it has bugs, because that delay is ideally going to help you reach a creative vision. But there is no point in delaying a game that is fundamentally not hitting its creative vision. At that point, you have to ship it and sell it for $70. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a dickish way to reframe it, but that's essentially what he's saying. Xbox knew this game wasn't hitting what it needed to hit creatively, but they shipped it anyway. And by the way, that is not an Xbox specific move. Every game maker does this. Every movie studio does this. Most commercial creative mediums do this, and there's no real way around it. Companies are not going to not ship the games that they've spent tens of millions of dollars making. Expecting companies to just cancel every dud when it's 6 feet from the finish line is just not a realistic ask, because that is not how capitalism works.
Okay, so yeah, Skill Up's not wrong about that, but the implication that Redfall was 6 feet from the finish line, yeah, no. Redfall was not 6 feet from the finish line. And I would argue that... see, this is getting weird to me, because this is very, like, it's really beginning to start to sound like this is some defensive territory. Like, I feel, I don't know, man. I am starting to think, like, I think Skill Up completely got finessed here by Phil, bro, because, like, bro, you're out here basically saying, like, well, it's okay that Redfall shipped because, Phil Phil said that this is, it didn't hit its goals. And, this happens like, dude, what? It doesn't matter whether or not other companies do it or if it happens in movies. What matters is, number one, that Redfall was nowhere near finished, nowhere near close to the finish line. And number two, Microsoft absolutely could afford to cancel the game. Like, dude, they're out here trying to spend $68 billion on Activision Blizzard. Like, I think they would have been totally fine if they decided, you know what, even though we're going to lose potentially millions of dollars canceling this game, I'm pretty sure we would do more damage by just releasing it. I made the statement multiple times when I was first reacting to this, that this game should have been canceled. Like, when Phil Spencer said in this interview that it's one thing if you're not hitting your technical goals and you need more time to polish. It's another thing when you're not hitting your creative goals and the game is pretty much just not coming together. And it's basically what Phil said is basically when it's a bad game. Your job is to cancel that game or at the very least reboot it, because I get it. Like, I understand that it's true. Every video game publisher at one point in time has probably had to shove something out the door because it's like, well, we got to get as much out of it as we can. We need to get some type of return. But I'm sorry, the multi-trillion-dollar company that is spending $68 billion on Activision Blizzard doesn't get that fucking pass. They should have canceled the fucking game or rebooted it. That's what they should have done. And I think that, honestly, I disagree wholeheartedly with what he's saying here. Like, I get it. Like, you can point the finger at, like, the industry and everybody else. Doesn't make it okay.
It is on us to be informed consumers, to never pre-order, to get reviews from people we trust, to buy from places that offer refunds, and in the
What? Like, did he just say that, bro? No way. No way. I did not expect that to be the next couple of words out of his mouth. It's on us. It's on, like, don't get me wrong. I get it. Like, the consumer has to take some responsibility, but bro, like, I get it. Like, don't pre-order, look, but no, man. Like, no. You need to, no, the only thing the consumer, like, I agree. It's good for the consumer to be educated. It's good for the consumer to be aware. It's good for the consumer to know what it is that they're spending their money on. But what the fuck? What? It is the number one thing the consumer should be doing. The number one thing the consumer should be doing is expecting Microsoft, a video game software company, when releasing a $70 video game, for that fucking video game to be halfway fucking decent, to be a somewhat good, competent video game. That's crazy, dude. That's absolutely crazy. I can't believe he just said that. Well, let's see what else he says.
In the case of most AAA games, to buy them on console instead of on PC, because the PC port's probably just going to be a disaster. That is the way we make sure we don't get duds, because we certainly can't rely on the corporations to only sell us bangers. In Xbox's defense, it does appear that they were released a little blindsided by just how bad Redfall was. Take a listen to this.
So Phil, when you say you're disappointed, does that mean that you thought the game was going to be better received, or was it in line with expectation? How surprised were you by the reaction, or how, like, internally, how much do you know? I feel like this one, people we know the game it has problems. Like, to what extent
we know the game sucks?
What you expected?
Yeah, we do mock reviews for every game that we launch, and this is like double digits lower than we thought we would be. With this
double
game
digits lower
our mock reviews. And that's
crazy.
One of the disappointing things. Like, we would never strive to launch
fucking
a game
double digits lower. What?
Review in the low 60s. It's
who did you get to do your mock review, man?
If you look at our review scores over the last year, it's not a defense at all.
Your interns?
If you look at the review scores over the last year, I think the teams have done a much.
They were not blindsided, as Jeff Grubb said.
The level of quality of the games that we've shipped. Some
Microsoft
of those games first
wasn't
on
blindsided. No, they were not.
Still, when I go through the list of the games,
you know what? I just want to say really quick, even before this whole notion of, well, we just didn't know. Bullshit, Phil. This is why I do think he's fucking full of shit. And he is bullshitting. Because Phil, you have said it yourself. You are a gamer. You play games. At the very least, Phil, you have spent hundreds of hours playing Destiny. All you had to do was sit down for an hour with this game, and you would have turned around and said, holy shit, this is not good, guys. Like, this is not even close to being good. But no, Phil is blindsided when the mock reviews that supposedly, allegedly, I don't know if it's true, were done by their own fucking teams internally. They like bullshitted them, and they're like, yeah, it's great, man. We're giving it an 8 out of 10. You know, like, who the fuck are you hiring for these mock reviews? But that my point is, like, Phil Spencer, he is literally somebody who plays video games, and that's something that people have always given him credit for, where it's like, Phil's a gamer. Well, at this point, Phil is a gamer who has no idea what is a good game and what is a bad game, because if he played this game for even 30 minutes, I'd argue 30 minutes, he would have realized something is really wrong here. Oh my God. Oh man.
Still have to ship a game. And this game was significantly below our internal metrics in terms of where it actually reviewed.
So, genuinely quite surprising that internal reviews weren't able to pick up on this. I mean, obviously reviews are opinions, of course, but like, I don't know, man, at some point you hit a threshold where I think everyone can agree that there are problems that are going to stop this game from cracking a 70 on Metacritic. I was very surprised to learn that Microsoft's internal review teams were so spectacularly off the mark, given how self-evident so many of Redfall's design and technical problems were. Hopefully they can patch that part of the process up, because if they aren't getting the right advice on the quality of their releases, then Phil and his team are just flying blind. Anyway, the panel also asked Phil what to expect for the future of Redfall, given that it's not just a case of ironing out some bugs, but rather needing to address some very core design challenges. In my review, I'd strongly suggested that Microsoft just take the L on this one and move on and get ArKane working on the next thing. Clearly, Phil Spencer does not agree.
In terms of our commitment to the game, absolutely. The team at ArKane is on taking the near-term feedback. We're still working on the 60 frames per second. We have a good timeline for that. We're committed to getting that done, and we're going to continue to work the game. I think we've shown a commitment to games like Sea of Thieves and like Grounded to continue to go and build games. But I also know that these games are $70, and I'm not gonna I'm gonna take full responsibility for launching a game that needs to be great.
So firstly, I think there's a big difference between Sea of Thieves, which was a cool concept unfinished, and Grounded, which was always awesome from day dot, but had to go through the early access process to build out its full content offering, and Redfall, which does not have the bones that might carry it to a great redemption arc one day. I'm sorry, but it doesn't, and I think this would just be a waste of ArKane's time to try to get this.
See, this is what I don't even understand about SkillUp's response to this, because SkillUp this is how I know Phil Spencer is playing. He's trying to play everyone thanks to Microsoft and Phil himself like fiddles, bro. Because even how do you go from saying, Phil's not a bullshitter, man. I really believe Phil. I think he's being genuine. You go from that to then being literally within just back to back. Now I'm confused because he's saying that he wants to support this game, and then the mock reviews were bad and he just had no idea it was bad. And he's comparing it to Sea of Thieves and Grounded, but it's a $70 title. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, like at some point you got to see through it and just realize, like, dude, this is all bullshit. All of it is bullshit. You know? It's all Microsoft PR nonsense, bro. Phil is not allowed to come out here and say anything that is not approved by Microsoft. Because if he did, well, I don't know how much longer he would be in charge, bro. So, yeah.
From a 4 out of 10 to like a 7 out of 10, when they could be making the next 9 or 10 out of 10 banger like Prey 2. I'm sure not everyone agrees with that. That's my take.
I will say, yes, I think Phil is absolutely out of his fucking mind giving that response, saying that, yeah, we're going to support Redfall like we supported Sea of Thieves and Grounded. Like, dude, please take it out back and do what has to be done. What you should have done originally. Like, no one is asking for that. Literally no one is asking for that. So that is another just bizarre take where it shows me how out of tune he is, how out of touch he is, because, dude, no one wants that. Look, I'm not saying that Phil should have said, yeah, we're just going to kill this game and not support it. I'm not saying that. He could have just said, we're just going to support the game and get it where it needs to be, where it should have been day one. We're going to get the 60 FPS out there, and then we're going to get ArKane on the right path to making another great game, what they're known for. But he didn't say that.
Anyway, conversation then turned to a bit of a post-mortem on Redfall, something along the lines of, how the hell did this happen? Why didn't Microsoft spot these issues earlier and provide more support to
What the fuck
ArKane as
did
they
I do
approach the
wrong?
deadline? Here's what Phil had to say.
People don't have to care about this, but I'll talk about it. When we acquire studios,
We don't care about it.
There's games that are in development when we acquire a studio, and then there's things that are either really early in development or not even conceived yet. And I think we need to improve on engaging in games that are midway through production when they become part of Xbox. I do think there's a different expectation for a game and even a team when you've been third party and all of a sudden you become part of first party. There's a different expectation in terms of how you're going to perform on our console. I think there's a different competitive set when people look at what this game is and the other games that they're going to say, hey, I want this game to feel as competitive as this other game on another console platform in our case. And we didn't do a good job early on in engaging with ArKane Austin to really help them
The
understand
spine
what it
rip.
meant
Thank
to
you so
be
much, man.
part of
Thank you for
Xbox
gifting
and
a
part of first
membership.
party and use some of our
Yeah, I
internal
hope the membership
resources,
situation. It seems like the
to
membership
help them
situation got
and
sorted
kind of move
out
along that
because
journey
the
even
spine rip
faster.
So that's interesting in
Your
itself.
membership
revealing
got
the fact that
immediately
Microsoft were actually pretty hands-off with ArKane Austin.
taken by
Microsoft
somebody.
is
So
known
thank
for
you so
leaving
much,
its
man.
studios to their own devices,
Bring us
and
up to
this has been
91 on the
something that's
day.
been celebrated to this point, and it's resulted in out-of-the-box
Shout out to you,
successes like
Spine Rip.
Grounded, Pentiment, or Hi-Fi Rush. But that approach only looks good when the end results are good, and Phil here acknowledged that the hands-off approach didn't work. Very important to note that later in this interview, he makes very clear that Xbox came in a lot earlier to help out with StarField, and he feels much more comfortable about the sort of support that Microsoft had provided to Todd and his team on that one. That certainly does bode well for the future. It was in this concluding block that Phil Spencer really made some headlines, and this was the part where I don't think anyone expected Phil to say any of this sort of stuff. Take a listen.
Exley 3000 with another 5 bomb. Thank you so much, Exley. Oh, god damn it.
You're all
Damn it.
breathtaking.
Sorry, I got too excited. I hit my soundbite and I fast forward. Let me get us back to where we were.
Support that Microsoft had provided to Todd and his team.
Damn
on
it,
that
I
one.
got too excited,
That certainly
actually.
does bode well for the future. It was in this concluding block that Phil Spencer really
But yeah,
made some
huge shout out
headlines,
to you,
and this was the
actually.
part where I don't
Another
think
5
anyone
bomb.
expected Phil to say any of this sort of stuff. Take a listen.
Yeah, I'm happy to say that all 5 of those memberships were immediately doled out, bringing us up to 96. So love to see it, man. Love to see it. I'm glad to see that. Hopefully that's not a problem anymore. Shout out to you, actually. Let's listen. Let's listen in.
We have a different vision. You know, Paris talked about this. It's play the games you want with the people you want anywhere you want. We want Xbox to be something that people who buy our console can feel like they're a member of. Obviously, who are playing on PC, who are playing on cloud, that they feel like they're full members of our ecosystem. Game Pass players can play on many different devices, and we remain fully committed to that. We're not in the business of out-consoling Sony or out-consoling Nintendo. There isn't really a great solution or win for us. And I know that will upset a ton of people, but it's just the truth of the matter is that when you're third place in the console marketplace and the top 2 players are as strong as they are and have, in certain cases, very, very discrete focus on doing deals and other things that
Phil knew, man.
That kind of
Phil was
make
like,
being
dude,
Xbox hard.
Sony fucking
for
got
us
Metal
as a
Gear and
team. That's on
Castlevania,
us,
bro.
not on
It's over.
anybody else. Our vision is that everybody who's on console has to feel like they have a great experience and they're a first-class citizen. They've invested a ton in our platform.
All right, let's pause there because after this stuff gets even more wild, there's a huge amount in just this brief bit. Phil reiterating that Xbox has a different vision for the future compared to Nintendo and Sony. He says that Xbox cannot win a console war with those other platforms, acknowledging publicly that Microsoft is in third place and not so suddenly pointing to the exclusive deals that Sony does to stitch up most of the best output from Japan and other publishers around the world. This is a really frank admission from a business leader, since these people are trained to only ever exude confidence and strength, to only ever talk about the good news and sidestep any curveballs that might push them into uncomfortable territory. This was a very frank assessment of Xbox's console business and the uphill battle it faces, and I wonder if he might have slipped into some of the talking points he'd been putting to regulators as he tried to secure the Activision Blizzard King deal. Still, Phil saved the best for last, and yeah, this next quote certainly got him into a lot of hot water around the place. Take a listen.
But we
Just really quick to what SkillUp said. I mean, that was a pretty brief summarization. He didn't really give much of an opinion. I think SkillUp defaulted to the ABK deal here, which I don't think he's probably right about. I mean, he's just straight up said at the end, like, it sounds like Phil just kind of started to kind of touch on the points. And again, if anything, this maybe, you know, this leads more into my point of like, dude, he's being told what to say, or before these interviews, like he has to be trained on exactly what to say. You're saying, what's that cackling sound? Is there dude, just a second. Is it coming through? Oh, you know what? Is that my mic or my headphones? All right, I'm going to stay completely still. Did it stop? I'm not moving. Okay. I'm going to move my mic. I don't know. I gotta be very careful. I'm going to move my mic. I think it's too close to me because I'm moving around and it's causing popping. So I apologize if I cause any more popping. I'm moving it. I hope it's not my headphones. You know what? I'm going to test this out, guys. I'm going to move my headphone wire and let me know if that's what's causing it. I'm moving it now. Let me know if you hear popping. Just checking to see. No, it's all good now. It's yeah, I think I may have just been hitting my mic basically. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's my bad. That's what happens when I get too comfortable. I got to get one of these like headset mics, really. But I guess I was just trying to say that basically Phil or SkillUp is saying that Phil seems to be just touching on the points that maybe, you know, the regulators might want to hear again. Yeah, it really does seem that way. All right, let's see.
We are not in a position, and I see it out there. I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's just not true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden you're going to see console share shift in some dramatic way. We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One generation, where everybody built their digital library of games. So when you go and you're building on Xbox, we want our Xbox community to feel awesome. But this idea that if we just focused more on great games on our console, that somehow we're going to win the console race, I think doesn't really lay into the reality of most people. Like 90% of the people every year who walk into a retailer to buy a console are already a member of one of the three ecosystems, and their digital library is there. This is the first generation where the big games that they're playing were games that were available last gen. When you think about Fortnite and Roblox and Minecraft, like the continuity from generation to generation is so strong.
And they're all cross-play.
I see a lot of pundits out there that kind of want to go back to the time where we all had cartridges and discs, and every new generation was a clean slate, and you could switch the whole console share. That's just not the world that we are in today. There is no world where StarField's an 11 out of 10 and people start selling their PS5s. That's not going to happen.
So, the internet would have you believe that Phil Spencer has effectively thrown in the towel, that he has given up any and all hope of beating Sony and Nintendo at their own game, and worse, he believes that good games don't matter, right? Is that correct? All of the headlines that I've seen? No, I played the whole clip for you because I wanted you to see what Phil actually said. He did not come out and say that good games don't matter. All this guy has been talking about for years now is the fact that games matter. So obviously that is not what he's saying. He's saying that Sony and Nintendo are very entrenched by virtue of their big wins in the past generation when people established their digital library. So now, success for Microsoft isn't taking console market share away from those two players, it's expanding the pie with things like Game Pass, xCloud, their Play Anywhere strategy, their focus on PC, etc. He's not saying great games don't matter. What he's saying is that great games alone are not going to be the thing that keeps Microsoft in this race.
Even that's wrong. Like that. What the fuck, dude? Like, okay, even if you say, hey, wait a second, Phil isn't saying that they're not going to try to make great games. Okay, fine. Fine. That's believable. If you say, no. Look, Phil, of course they're going to try to make great games. Okay. I don't think that Xbox is actively trying to make 50 Metacritic games. But then to go on and say, he's right, that's not going to make a difference, like in the console space, like you're fucking objectively wrong. Factually, objectively wrong. Because here's the worst part, man, about people like SkillUp and others agreeing with Phil here. They can't even turn to Microsoft and say, you remember when Microsoft made all of these great games during the Xbox One generation, or even now during the Series X generation, and they didn't start selling consoles? See? He's totally right. Oh, wait, that's right. They never did make fucking great games. Like, it's such a fucking cop-out. I can't believe this shit, man. I'm gonna go on a whole nother fucking rant again over this. How is he falling for it, bro? I mean, I like SkillUp, but goddamn, this is just wrong, bro. Pragmatic Hat, you're saying if digital libraries matter so much, then how come 30% of PS5 owners didn't own a PS4? Because they saw that Sony launched with a fucking launch lineup, bro. They saw, holy shit, look at that. Sony's selling a PS5 and they got a bunch of awesome fucking games ready to go. What does Microsoft have? Oh, that's right. Fucking nothing. Bullshit, dude. People straight up abandon their Xbox game library because Xbox can't make great games, or they just don't make games at all, or they haven't. Fuck, man. My cat's over there crying. I gotta let her out. She wants to get out. I'm scaring her. Dude, Leia's over there like, meow, let me out, please. He's losing his mind again. Let me go let her out real quick and we'll finish this. Fuck. Oh my god, bro. No way. But MBG, they are delivering an awesome experience to their customers. What awesome experience, bro? What, Redfall? Redfall? That's the awesome experience they're delivering to their customers? I'm just so fucking annoyed because it's like, no, it's not true. Why are people falling for this? And I hate how SkillUp does the thing. He did exactly what Microsoft and what Phil wanted you to do and wanted everybody to do. He did the exact thing. All those headlines, all those pundits, all those commentators, all those YouTube channels, they're all wrong. They're just, he said, let me play the whole clip for you. Like, yeah, dude, I listened to the whole clip. Everybody here on my channel listened to the whole fucking interview. And we have all agreed, and anybody who's listened to the whole clip has agreed, that's fucking wrong. Like, that's just objectively wrong, dude. Oh my god. All right, let me finish up what he has to say here.
And you know what? I think he's right. From the very beginning of this generation, I bought into Phil's vision to the point where I recommended the Xbox Series S and Game Pass to
Bro,
people
that timing, though. That timing. He's objectively wrong. He's objectively wrong. First play. And you know what? I think he's right. I love that shit, dude. That was awesome. That was not planned either.
I meet because it's just such a fantastic value proposition. I think xCloud has a big future, and Xbox's focus on PC parity has made the Xbox launcher my second most used launcher after Steam, not that there's much competition of course. I barely touched anything Xbox last generation because the Xbox One sucked. I'm sorry, but it did. But there's rarely a day that goes by now that I don't engage some part of the
Skill up. Why did it suck? Why?
Xbox ecosystem in some way. That's Phil's vision, and that's what Phil is talking about here. I like it, and like I said, I support it. But there is that 60 Metacritic scored elephant in the room, and I won't lie, Redfall sucked so badly that it made me wonder if Microsoft knew what they were doing when it came to managing studios and delivering top-shelf games. I think they have a fantastic vision for their technology and their platform, but they just haven't stuck the landing on a bunch of must-buy system-selling titles. Pentiment and Grounded are great, but they aren't going to move the needle, and until Phil is able to land some of those really big Game of the Year contending system-selling bangers,
I can't.
I think
I just can't.
About the future
I just
of-
can't. Like, he said it. He just said it. He just fucking said it in the same minute, bro. They just can't land the AAA bangers, and until they do, they're not going to move the needle. Like, it's so frustrating. All right. Corey Lindega with another 5 memberships gifted, bro. Corey coming back, breaking the 100 mark, man. There we go. They're being handed out now. They're being handed out. We're at 101, bro. Thank you so much, Corey. Corey came back. Corey, I thought you left. Corey's like, yo, I gotta go, guys. He's like, actually, I'm gonna come back. Thank you so much, man. The Spine Rip, you're saying Xbox fanboys have an IV drip of copium. For real, though, bro. I just, like, don't people see what Microsoft is doing? It's so obvious. And listening to Skill Up say what he's saying, it paints the picture so clearly. Phil wants you to believe that if we make Xbox, that is, if Xbox makes great games, it's not going to sell the console. We can't make a comeback in the console market. We fucking suck. We lost. But, you know, we still need to make great games for Game Pass. Oh, wait, that's right. Phil didn't say that. Why didn't Phil say that? He was probably told not to say that. So you know who's saying it on behalf of Phil Spencer and on behalf of Microsoft? People like SkillUp and others out here who are saying, like, yeah, they're going to need to make good AAA games, bro, to move the needle, to get things going. Like, that same exact logic applies to the console. Game Pass, console, doesn't matter. The difference is Phil Spencer wants you to believe that there is a difference, that it does matter. But it doesn't. So you might ask yourself, well, then why does Phil Spencer want to convince people that there is a difference? Because they want to they want to prepare you. They want you to be ready for more moments like this, potentially. Because they want you to understand that they're not trying to make the next God of War Ragnarok. They're not trying to fucking make Spider-Man 2. They're not trying to make these games. He said it himself. We're going to have games in the 80s and we're going to have games in the 60s. And we're trying to get people on Game Pass. We're not trying to sell consoles. And yet, somehow, I even hear from all of the people who were supposedly in agreement with Phil, it's so bizarre because they end up, people who are in agreement with Phil Spencer and are praising this interview, they're actually somehow still saying pretty much, not word for word, but very close to the same thing I am right now. The only difference is I'm not sitting here saying I agree with Phil Spencer, but let me now explain to you why I actually disagree with him, even though I don't even realize that what I'm saying actually goes completely against what he just said. It's incredibly frustrating, man. It is very frustrating. Like, I just can't believe so many people are so willing to come to Phil Spencer's defense so quickly, where it's like, He didn't mean they're not trying to make great games. Dude, again, why do you think there's no headlines? Wasn't a single headline written up the week of this interview from any, even Windows Central and these Xbox outlets and shit, right? Like, there wasn't a single headline written up where Phil Spencer says he's committed to delivering higher quality games on Game Pass. Nope. Not he said, I'm telling you, man, it is the craziest shit I've ever seen, where Phil Spencer has literally gaslit the entire gaming community, and you're seeing it. Like, this is the definition of gaslighting. People say, oh, he's just being honest. No, he's being fucking manipulative, dude. And he's being manipulative because he works for Microsoft, and they're trying to get a $68 billion acquisition approved and trying to push it through regulators. You think they're in the position to be fucking honest? Jesus Christ, man. Like, I swear, it's like people, I get it. Like, it's easy to be naive at times, and you want to give people the benefit of the doubt, you know? And you want to believe that, like, you want to see the good in something, but you gotta, sometimes you do gotta be cynical, because that cynicism is what's gonna make you see right through the bullshit. And that's exactly what this is, man. Like, I'm not saying Phil doesn't actually care about games at all. No. I bet you on a personal level, he does care about the gaming industry, but that doesn't fucking matter because he works for Microsoft. He's a board member of Microsoft. Doesn't fucking matter how much he cares about anything. What he has to care about is, are you making Microsoft, the multi-trillion-dollar corporation, are you saying what they expect you to say? And are you falling in line? Because if not, you're gone. Dude, Microsoft is trying to put Phil in a position like me and like everybody else. He's trying, like, they are, oh my God. See, this is where you know Microsoft is so fucking smart, man. Like, they are manipulative. They know exactly what they were doing with this interview. Like, let's put Phil in a position to make it seem like he's just a commentator himself. He's just a fan himself. He's just a gamer himself. He's not a board member of Microsoft. He's not the head of Microsoft Gaming. No, he's just like MBG and all these other guys out there and all these other fans. Like, no, dude. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It would be like, imagine if I said the shit I was saying right now, but I was actually a board member of Sony. I was the head of Sony. Fucking imagine that. Imagine if I said, like, not all the shit I've said, because I'd be, I think, practically illegal at that point. But just imagine if I came out here and I was like, imagine if I worked for Sony and I was the head of PlayStation and I turned on a microphone and I did an interview and I said, guys, listen, the only thing that matters is that people are paying $70 for AAA video games. Nothing else matters. Because if they don't do that, we can't make these games anymore. Some people would say, well, that's probably true. And then other people would say, that's total bullshit. But what everybody should be saying is, who the fuck just said that? Oh, that's right. The head, like a fucking executive at PlayStation just said that. So maybe let's not listen to that guy. You know? Oh, man. But like, imagine if PlayStation was telling you that after selling you a broken $70 game. That's the thing that bothers me about it. It's not like, I think imagine this scenario for 1 minute, if you will. Imagine with this Phil Spencer interview, Redfall was actually a great game, and it did review in the low to mid 80s. And everybody was like, damn, this is a pretty fine game. This is a pretty great game, and everybody's enjoying, and it's just positivity all around. Okay? I know that's hard to imagine, but just imagine that for a second. Now, how do you think this interview would have went? How do you like, what do you think would have been different about this interview? I have my opinions on it. I know how I think it would go down differently, like what would be different, what wouldn't. But I'm curious. I'm just curious to see what you guys are going to say. What do you think would be different about Phil Spencer's interview if Redfall was a success? Because apparently he thought it was going to be. He thought it was going to review to 80s, according to his internal mock reviews. Do you think he would have said the same things? Suck it, Sony and Nintendo. yeah, that's what Phil would have said. See, I'm of the mindset that the only portion of this interview that would have changed is the portion where he talked about Redfall. Okay? Like, I think almost everything he said in this interview would have stayed the same, except he would have, instead of saying, we didn't hit our mark with Redfall, and I take responsibility for that, and I know it's a $70 game, and we got to do a better job managing. No. Instead of all that, he would have just said, yeah, we believed in this game, and we knew that we had something special, and we're happy that fans are delighted, and we're going to continue to support it. But everything else he said would have stayed the same. Now, let me ask you, why do you think that is? How could it be? You know how I know this to be the truth? He said it himself. When he said it doesn't matter if Starfield's an 11 out of 10, Phil's expecting Starfield potentially to be an 11 out of 10. He's talking about Starfield as if it could be an 11 out of 10 game, and people aren't laughing at that. Okay? And because I think a lot of people are expecting it could get really high review scores. But he said it himself. Like, it doesn't matter. How many times in a single interview can a man come out and say, it doesn't matter if we make great games, and yet people walk away saying that's not what he meant? I think people are in dis-fucking belief, dude. I really think that people can't compute. It just doesn't register that he said that. Not one, like multiple times. That's the takeaway fucking message that Phil Spencer, the head of Microsoft Gaming, a board member of Microsoft, Phil Spencer, the take-home message is it doesn't matter if we make great games. And there are people out there that cannot accept that. They cannot believe that. So what do? They come out to defend Phil Spencer and Microsoft and reassure me and you and everybody else that we just don't understand what he's trying to say. Oh no, we understand full well what he's trying to say. It just doesn't matter. He never said it mattered. He never made sure to emphasize that great games are important. No, he didn't say any of that. He said it doesn't matter if Starfield's 11 out of 10. He says it's just not true if we make great games, we're going to sell more consoles. I'm telling you, I didn't expect this, man. All right, let me keep this going. I'm fucking ranting like full blown here. I need to shut up.
Xbox and the future of Phil's leadership will continue. So yeah, Todd, no pressure, buddy. Alright, that was a big block, but come on now, that was pretty interesting, wasn't it? Not every day you get to step into the confessional booth with a major video game boss, right? But believe it or not, there was actually some other things that went down this week, so let's do a quick lightning round to rattle them off. Live Alive has done very well for itself with its recent...
Well, I probably should have just let that last couple seconds finish before I went on my rant. Yeah, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, it's just I was genuinely curious to see what... You know what, really quick, let me see what his comment section's saying. I'm curious. So he's got 114,000 views on this video. There are timestamps on it, so that's helpful. Okay, literally nobody's saying anything about Xbox. They're all right, here we go. One of the most upvoted comments comes from a guy named Joseph. He says, this past week made it really easy to see who were the genuine critical thinking gaming commentators and who were the surface level rage baiters. This was a great touch on the Phil Spencer interview that wasn't absolutely foolish and reactionary. You don't miss, my guy. See what I mean? You see what they do, man? This is why we are enraged. Because people like this guy and many others who agree with him are literally thanking those who... You know what? I'm at a fucking point, dude. Like, no joke, I'm at a point where I'm about to just say, fuck it. Like, if this is what people want, and they, like, clear, because that's the thing, is like, it's at some point I have to just on a personal level realize it's out of my hands. If this is what people want, then that's what they want, dude. Like, if they're okay with everything Phil Spencer said and they're in agreement and they're like, I think this is right, what the fuck am I going to do about it? I'm not going to do jack. I can't do jack shit about it. I mean, I feel like I'm trying. Like, I'm trying to let people know, like, guys, you got to see, like, what's going on here. Like, don't fall for it. But people, that's the thing, man. It's like, if people are falling for it and they're happy and they just want to be blissfully in their own, I don't know, I guess, like, yeah, this is great, man. Phil Spencer's a critical thinker. And anybody who agrees with him is a critical thinker. Dude, that's some fucking... I'm good, bro. Like, and we're gonna shame anybody. We're gonna shame anybody who doesn't agree with Phil and out. What does that sound like to you? What the fuck does that sound like to you, man? That is some scary shit. What is Phil doing out here to these people? Corey Lindega, bro, with another 10 bomb. Another 10 bomb. Corey, thank you so much, man. I think that brings us up to 111. 111 on the day, bro. Thank you, man. Very much appreciate it, guys. Appreciate the continued support. Huge shout out to you, Corey. Let's give you one of these.
Breathtaking. You're all breathtaking.
I'm curious to see what people in the reply said to this guy. All right, so this guy replies by saying, wouldn't it hurt Xbox? Or he says, well, it wouldn't hurt Xbox to try and focus to give us some 8, 9, 10 out of 10 games, you know. And no one would sell their PlayStation, but there are many people out there who have more than one console and would buy a console more if the titles on that console are great. And then that guy, Joseph, replied and said, nobody is debating this, LOL, despite what some headlines would lead you to believe. Nobody is saying that Xbox shouldn't strive to have great games. You're right. Nobody was saying that. Phil said that. Phil said it doesn't matter if we make great games. Even with the... Oh my God. That's why I'm saying I got to walk away, bro. Like, they don't care. They do not care. Like, these motherfuckers are out here saying, no one's saying that, bro. Like, stop gaslighting people. Phil fucking said it, bro. Phil said it to you and to me and to everyone. And you're out here trying to say no one's debating that, no one's saying that. Like, dude, I don't get it, man. Nobody's saying Xbox shouldn't... Nobody's saying Xbox shouldn't strive to make great games. Dude, nobody was saying that before the Phil Spencer interview. That's what you should say. Nobody was saying that before this Phil Spencer interview. Whatever, man. Everybody just they put me in a box and they say, you're just a bad faith fucking rage bait or whatever. It's like, okay, dude. Whatever, man. It's cool. You know, I fucking lost my shit on Crackdown 3 5 years ago. And here we are with something even worse with Redfall. But that's cool. That's cool. Just keep giving Phil the benefit of the doubt. Just keep saying, you know what? They just don't get it. You're right. I don't get it. I don't want to get it because you guys are just okay with shit for some reason, and I don't know why. Here we go. Here's another one. I think you and a lot of people missed the point. Of course they want to make 10 out of 10 system sellers, but it won't get them the market share to match the investment. They won't get ahead if that's all they invest in. Oh, of course. We were just too stupid to know. We just don't get it. We just don't get it, man. Here we go. Here's an interesting... I'm glad to see it's not everybody. So this person replied, and he got quite a few upvotes and support, and he replied to all this shit. Okay? He said, Except Phil, who's obviously trying to downplay Xbox's current woes, lack of titles, and poor titles by basically saying that none of these are core / all that important to Xbox's strategy, nor are they the focus. Phil and Xbox have been going on about libraries and people play where they want to play as long as it's a Microsoft platform and Game Pass and ecosystem and continuity since before the Xbox Series X launched. It's literally just Xbox marketing speak. What is also marketing speak is the whole woe is me, Microsoft / Xbox, and poor little old Xbox languishing in third place, and we simply just can't compete with the big kids in the playground, and the competition makes Xbox, being the Xbox brand, hard, which is a really weird thing to say. And people already belong to one ecosystem and the continuity, and therefore we can't compete. And here you have Shillup, the self-admitted recovering Xbox fanboy with lingering attachments, hook, line, and sinker. He continues, the thing is, all of us who can think critically and do have functioning memories know it is all bullshit. Aside from easily being able to see the marketing speak, excuses, and narrative Phil is trying to spin, we can also see the nonsense pretty clearly. Continuity and libraries and being part of an ecosystem didn't matter when PS3 sales started accelerating late into its life cycle, after a lot of people already bought an Xbox 360 and sales started petering out. It didn't matter when all those Xbox 360 owners decided to buy a PS4 instead of Xbox for last gen or during last gen, because Microsoft dropped the ball with Xbox One and then didn't pick it up again for the entire generation, while the PS4 went all in, learning from what they did wrong with the PS3. It also didn't matter for all the Xbox One owners who then switched to the PS5 for this generation because they were fed up with Xbox last gen and finally decided to see if the grass was greener on the other side. Spoiler alert, it was, or it is, as it was last gen. And oh my God, this guy wrote a fucking book here. But basically, this guy gets it, is what I'm trying to say. And I'm just glad to see that, like, this is fucked up, man. Like, I'm sorry. I just think this whole situation is fucked up. There should not be arguments about this. I should not be reading comments on very, very popular, well-established YouTube channels. Like, you know who got it? Moist Critical fucking got it. And I'm glad he got it, because that guy, well, first off, I didn't think he was going to touch on this whole thing, but he got it, and he has massive influence. He saw through the bullshit, and he told people, like, just fucking make good games, man. Like, make good games. You'll sell your fucking console. You'll get people on, you'll get people on Game Pass. You'll get all. It's painful and cringy to see well-respected people in this industry with big audiences fall so easily for the marketing bullshit and the nonsense that not just Phil Spencer, but Microsoft as a whole has just continually spoon-fed this industry and everybody in it. And I don't know, man. I do think, like, I'm not asking people to be cynical. It really is just, like, I just don't, I don't appreciate people who are trying to defend this, making it seem like if you're somebody who's frustrated or pissed off, or even just like upset as a fan, that you just don't get it. Like, no, man, people do get it, and they're trying to let you and Phil and all of Microsoft know, like, you guys are the ones that don't get it. Like, those who are out here after seeing the fucking absolute train wreck dumpster fire that is Redfall, and it's just like, oh, well, they'll I'm sure they'll get it next time. Like, no. Sorry, I'll be honest, I did not expect SkillUp's reaction to trigger me that much. I thought it was going to be more critical. I thought it was going to be more critical. I thought he was going to see through a lot of the stuff, and yeah, I know I'm beating a fucking dead horse now. I'm 4 hours into this show. I don't mean to go on and on about it. It's just I just hope Sony comes out. I'll end it on this note, okay? And I think this is a more positive note. I just want to see Sony come out and remind everybody. Because I think that's all it comes down to, dude. Like, no more focusing on what Phil said. No more focusing on the rumors. I just want Sony to come out and fucking remind everybody, like, hey, just so you know, the reason we're number one right now and on top is not because we're anti-consumer, not because we said fuck game services, not because we had a defeatist attitude, not because we didn't believe that we could ever make a comeback in the console space, not because it doesn't matter if we make great games, not because it doesn't matter if our game's an 11 out of 10, not because we want everybody to play anywhere where they want. I want to see them just come out and just say, we make great fucking games and a great console. So we hope you enjoy it, and we hope this is enough to convince you to go buy these games and this console. That's it. That's it. I hope that Sony comes out and they do what they do best, and they just send a big reminder across the entire industry, like, oh, right, this is what it's all about. This is what it's always been about. Good job. Can't wait. Good shit. All right, let me see. We got Phil's burst of May 1st saying it's the cult called the Will of Phil. The Will of Phil, bro. That's funny shit, man. MXG, you're saying MBG and Xbot told me he would pick Forza over any Sony game. Just shows these people are a different breed of gamers. I mean, look, I'm all about loving Forza Horizon and Playground Games and even Forza Motorsport, but goddamn, dude. Like, picking it over any Sony game, that's a tough one. I mean, I guess at that point I would have to believe, like, you are just into racing games. Like, that is your number one thing, because that's the only reason I could see somebody justifiably saying something like that. Yeah, same with Nintendo, Devil Shooter. Absolutely, same with Nintendo. Fred Vance, you're saying fell asleep listening to the stream ASMR. MBG screaming into the mic as ASMR. Woke up to you going off. What the hell did I miss? No, you didn't miss anything, Fred. Honestly, it was just we were just listening to Skill Up's take on Phil Spencer's interview, and I basically got super triggered by what Skill Up said. Because I mean, honestly, I think just what's so disappointing is I honestly would have expected that type of take from like an Xbox fanboy, you know, like YouTube channel, or just an Xbox fanboy in general, where it's like, I get it. Like, you know, you ride or die with Xbox and Phil, and you'll do anything that they want you to. Like, you're just going to go with it. I just wasn't expecting it. That's all. So I didn't mean for... I didn't mean for the stream to take such a abrupt turn into negative territory, but it is what it is, man. Yeah, I mean, look, we're removed from it now. I just want to see what Sony and I want to see what Sony and Microsoft are going to bring to the table, but especially Sony. But honestly, guys, I don't know, man. I think I wanted to say one last thing here. Sorry, I'm just trying to. I wanted to say one last thing here, and that is, well, first I got Domingo813 saying time will tell on whether Phil is right or wrong. Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I mean, I guess you're right, Domingo. I just am under the impression that, like, time has already proven Phil wrong. That's why I, like, get so frustrated when I see people say, like, you just don't get it. It's like, no. We get it because we've literally lived it and we've watched it. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, dude, we've seen what happens to consoles that have great games. And that's why it frustrates me, because that's why I just don't want to see people buy into it, man. I don't want to see people buy into it, because if people decide to say that Phil's right, what they're ultimately saying is that, you know what? You're right. You don't need great games to sell a shit ton of consoles and win console market share. And that's just literally never been true in this industry. It never will be true. And it also goes completely against my personal belief, which has always been consoles drive the need for high quality games. That's why I get so passionate about it and so worked up, because I don't think people fully know what they're saying when they just agree with Phil. And Fred Vance coming in with another 5 memberships gifted, bro. Thank you so much for that. Another 5 bomb from Fred.
You're all breathtaking.
Bring us up to 116 on the day. Thank you so much, Fred. Really appreciate the continued support, man. Top Shotty, you're saying Microsoft told regulators that great games don't sell consoles for ABK deal. Phil would be agreeing with Sony's arguments about system sellers. And that, yeah, and honestly, that's probably what it comes down to. And I think that if that's true, that enrages me to my core even more, because it's like, if Phil is just saying what he's saying to appease regulators, and then people are actually falling for it because that's like why they're doing it. Like, you heard what Skillup said and what others said. It's like, I think Phil's being totally honest here. No bullshit, right? No bullshit. And Corey Lindega with another 20 bomb. A 20 bomb from Corey Lindega. Love to see it, bro. Absolutely love to see it, Corey. Thank you so much, man. Corey putting in work today. Corey being the VIP again today. Guys, I gotta say, dude, I don't know, man. Are these distributing yet? Are they now, dude? I think we ran into the same problem again. God damn it. Corey, though, thank you so much, man. That is awesome. Let me give you a little crazy Arnold. Corey Lindega with a 20 bomb towards the end here. Incredible, dude. Corey the Madman has returned in full force. I mean, dude, look, yeah, guys, I just want to highlight how insane you guys have been. I mean, dude, we have been we've been like consistently breaking the 100 mark like almost every stream. That is insane. Like, I just wanted to, I mean, obviously yesterday was like a special stream. That was fucking crazy. But even before that, and many times before, like, we just you guys consistently break the 100 mark, and that is huge. That is massive support. Massive support. Yeah, anybody in the chat, guys, just a heads up, everybody in the chat, if you don't already have a membership, click on Corey Lindega's icon at the top or Fred Vance's and opt in to be gifted a membership, okay? I still see people asking all the time, how do I get gifted a membership? You have to opt into it. So if you're currently not opted into it, make sure you click it. I think almost everybody here is. I have to imagine almost everybody is. Or, you know, at this point, I think if I still see people without memberships in the chat, they might just purposely be choosing not to opt in, which is understandable. I mean, you don't have to. Actually, you're saying, is this your full-time job now? I mean, pretty much, yeah, that's what I'm trying to go for. I mean, it's, you know, that's why I said yesterday, like, you guys are helping dreams come true here, you know, to be able to talk gaming news, talk games every day with you, and do more than that, obviously. But yeah, that's why I said I feel like I took a risk. You know, I took a risk, and you guys have come out in massive support. Massive support. I really cannot thank you enough. Let me see where we're actually at, though. So with Corey's 20 bomb, let me see. Let me add 20 here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Dude, I think that brings us up to 136. 136. And we got another 10 bomb from Robert Hunter 9. Robert, I don't think I've seen you gifting before, bro. I think this might be your first time. I'm not sure. But huge shout out to you, Robert Hunter. That is another 10 bomb. Another 10 bomb. I got to add 10 more to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I apologize that I have to count it out like that. My counter is once again broken, or at least YouTube's counter is broken. But huge shout out to you, Robert Hunter 9. Massive 10 bomb. Love to see it. Following up Corey's 20 bomb. Amazing. And Waved Max is getting in on it with a membership of his own. Waved Max. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the support, guys. Let me add another one here. So we're at 147. God, YouTube is frustrating me so much. It's frustrating me so much because the counter is broken again, man. And it's always, I can't lie to you guys. Like, it's so discouraging to see that. It's so uplifting and amazing to see you guys continue to gift. And what just is so discouraging and deflating is when I see the counter just stop, because I'm like, why? Why is it stopping? Like, these guys are out here giving gifts. I hate that, man. I hate that YouTube just is like, well, you can't just give them out to anybody. Like, why not? It's just free content, bro. It's totally free content thanks to people who are, paying for it for others. Drives me insane. So let me see. Right now, we are at 147. That's where we are total today for members. The counter is at 114 right now. Fred, you're saying, MBG, I enjoy this community. We will eventually have a lot of people here every day. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Like I said, man. I don't mean to keep talking about it, but it's just because I keep witnessing it. A couple of people in the chat have said to me that these, like, the memberships that don't, like, right now, I'm at 114 on the counter on YouTube, but we have a total of 147 that have been gifted. A few people have told me, like, YouTube's just going to hold on to it, and they're going to hand them out to people as they opt in over time, or they're going to be handed out to people who already have memberships to basically get another free month. Like, because what I want to know is, like, here's the thing. So, like, for example, Corey Lindega just dropped a 20 bomb. Well, make that a 25 bomb, because Corey's like, here's another 5 more, bro. God damn, dude. God damn. Another 5 more members, just like that. Corey, the god of memberships. I think we're at 152. 152, bro. Absolutely crazy, breaking the 150 mark. W's in the chat. Thank you so much, Corey. Corey's always going crazy. Corey's always going crazy. But as I was like, really quick, Domingo 813, you're saying Microsoft might want to buy you out soon. All these members, yeah, bro. We're gonna get more members than Game Pass. The muscle bound army. We're coming for Microsoft. Gonna have a one-on-one with Phil. No, I'm just kidding. But by one-on-one, I mean an interview. I would love to interview Phil. Dude, I swear, I would love to interview Phil, because after he said that, I would literally have to turn to Phil and be like, but Phil, what you just said isn't true, right? Like, it's just wrong. Phil just leaves. He just walks out. But what I was going to say, Creator Clash. Yeah. What I was going to say is, like, what I want to know is this. So, like, Corey, you just spent money to dish out 20 membership gifts, okay? 20 membership gifts. What I want to know is if my counter, I gotta get in touch with YouTube, man. I tried. They couldn't answer my questions. How shitty is that? Like I tried to go to YouTube support and they just couldn't, they like didn't know what I was saying. I'm like, bro, it's not that hard. Like I'm getting more memberships than I have people opting in for them. What happens to those memberships? And they're like, well, yeah, you know, we don't know. It's just like, they're not helpful at all. Like, I'm just curious if they don't get dished out, right? Because they haven't. My counter's stuck on YouTube at 114. We have a total of 152. Corey, like, is that going to be refunded to you? Or is YouTube just like, well, we'll just let it go through, and it's basically, at that point, it's basically like a large super chat or just a donation at that point? YouTube only responds via smoke signal. It really seems like it, yeah. I don't know, man. I just want answers. I just want answers because I just want to know what to tell my members. I want to know for sure. Like I feel like this is just, a lot of gifting, people spending a lot of money. Well, at the very least, assuming that again, I don't know if any of this, if they ever get refunded. Like if they don't all get handed out in time, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Is there a timer on it? That's what I mean, dude. Like, because you guys are spending a lot of money on the channel. You're saying, Ray, you're saying, no, it won't refund. And MBG does even have the option to refund as well. I think you meant to say doesn't. That, yeah, like, I know with super chats, they're non-refundable. Like, that's not in my control. YouTube makes it known to me and the super chatter that it's non-refundable. It just stresses me out. That's all. It just stresses me out because I see, again, I see you guys supporting so much, spending so much money, hard-earned money, obviously, and wanting to just give people, and YouTube is just like, yeah, we're just going to have like, 40, 30 memberships just sit here. It's like, call YouTube. Don't trust any of our opinions we don't actually know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think after this stream, I'm gonna do a deep dive trying to figure this out because I'm getting annoyed with it. I'm getting annoyed with it just because it's like it doesn't, like, it feels like it's like raining on the parade, bro. You know what I mean? It's like you guys want to get like membership trains going. Obviously, I want it too. That's direct support for me and what I'm doing here. And then it's just like YouTube's like, I don't know about that. Just like, but why? like YouTube, this helps you too. Like, that's the crazy thing about it, is like, this is in YouTube's best interest as well. I would have just never thought that this would be a thing. And Brian, thank you for the donation, man. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. What do I think about the GTA 6 leaks? I don't know. I don't think anything about the GTA 6 leaks. All right, so your last name is Wallace. How do I correctly pronounce your first name? Is it just John? Is the S silent? Because I feel like I'm about to literally wreck your name, bro. But I'll say S Wallace for now. Because I don't know exactly. I feel like I'm gonna destroy your name if I try to pronounce it, or I'm just gonna sound like an idiot. I'm going to say S. Wallace gifting a membership, man. I think this is the first time I'm seeing you gift a membership, dude. I really appreciate that. Is it Scion? Is it Scion? Is that how you say it? That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I get intimidated sometimes by these names where I'm like, I do not know how to correctly pronounce this. Scion. Yeah, maybe that is correct. Scion Wallace. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for that gift. A little Arnold laugh there. Appreciate it, bud. Always love to see new people gifting. That's always cool. Drocky35 with the $20 super chat, man. Thank you so much. Saying, keep doing you. Appreciate the content. I love to hear that, man. I love to hear that. That's what makes me that's what I love to hear. I mean, it just makes me feel empowered, like I really enjoy doing this. I do. I look forward to the streams pretty much every day. I look forward to interacting with the community, and And you guys show incredible, incredible support. It's truly amazing. MBG, what do you think about the GTA 6 leaks? Did we ever hear from you when they came out? Yeah, dude, honestly, I don't know, dude. I don't know anything about GTA 6, and I don't trust any leaks. Robert Hunter 9, you're saying, yeah, it was my first time with the membership, MBG. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate all the support. Every ounce of support means the world to me here. Your content has been consistent and well written lately. Keep it up. Appreciate that, Andy. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've taken a day off. And the reason for that is simple. There's been a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. And not only, I don't know, man, we have such a strong community here that you know what else has been really nice? And I also want to stress this to you guys. Because believe me, I've spent so much time on YouTube getting so frustrated, getting so stressed out. I also just want to say to you guys that one thing that's been incredibly relieving, just been such a relief, is knowing that we have such a strong community here that I don't have to like stress out if there aren't any like major topics or big topics. Like I could just put on a stream and it could just be a very laid back, like just calm, like, you know, no ranting maybe, but just talking casually about anything gaming related or just anything and related if we want. Anything related to anything if we wanted to. And you guys just, you know, you'll show up and you'll hang out and you'll show your support. And I appreciate that. Like, I really appreciate that a lot, because that is something that has always stressed me out for as long as I've done YouTube, is always worrying about, is there going to be something relevant to talk about? Is, you know, what do we talk about? And I think that in doing like streaming full time now, and yeah, just being here a lot more, talking into the microphone a lot more, it's also just allowed me to just be more honest in the sense that it's easier to talk more about different things, you know? And I think in turn, you guys get to learn a little bit more about me. And I think that helps. I think that helps a lot. So I want to give you guys that big shout out. I see the counter is stuck at 114. I want to check something real quick. Over on my studio so I can figure something out in real time. Because I'm curious. Let's see. So you guys have been asking me to give you a total member. So yeah, I don't know if it's updated yet. Check this out. Let me see. Oh, it did update. Okay, that's extremely helpful. All right, so apparently this section of the memberships updates in real time, and I can give you hold on. 0 days ago. Oh my God, this is crazy. I'm trying to give you guys an accurate number here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that's not updated yet. So half of this updates in real time, the other half does not, which I don't know if that helps me right now because I'm trying to figure out. Here we go. Okay. Nope. God damn, dude, this shit is messy. Like that, I'll tell you that. The way YouTube handles this stuff is messy. Johnny Gaming, have you listened to the new Metallica album? I have, yeah. I've been listening to it. I like the new Metallica album, and to me it just feels like, yup, that's Metallica. You know, I honestly feel like at this point in time with No, you're saying no, not Scion. Sean. Okay. All right. I'm glad you said so your name is Sean Wallace, not Scion. Just to clarify. Okay, because like, dude, I absolutely would have continued to call you Scion. I don't know how we get that, how we fuck that up that bad, but all right, man. I'm glad you clarified that. Domingo 813, you're saying, what are your other hobbies besides music? Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know that I have a ton of hobbies. I mean, I love music. I play the drums. I've always been heavily interested in music, but exercising, working out, I don't know, man. I don't know that there's much beyond that. Gaming, obviously. I mean, when I was younger, I was really heavy into like movies and stuff and film. I did read a lot more when I was younger too. I admit I don't really read much anymore. Like not counting reading on the internet. I mean like books and stuff. So I don't know, man. I guess as I've gotten older, you know, I'm married now. You know, I'm a father. I guess you know what one of my big hobbies was actually. I don't know how I forgot this. Skateboarding. I guess I forgot because it's been a long time. Crocheting. Yeah, I love to crochet. Who would have thought? No, one of my big hobbies was skateboarding. I was extremely passionate about skateboarding when I was in my teenage years, and even in my early 20s, I tried to get back into it, and then I hurt myself again, and that pretty much ended it for me. But there was a point in time, dude, I gotta be honest, like some of my fucking greatest memories, I mean, I was really into it, man. I was so passionate about skating. Like the way the passion I exude for gaming, I had that same passion for skateboarding. I'd say it really peaked when I was between the ages, I'd say probably 12 and like 14. Like that's when I was really, really, really like super obsessed with skateboarding. And I mean, you had major injuries like, well, so one of the really bad injuries I had, because I was pretty stupid, like there were a couple. I remember when I first started skating, I went to a skate park, and this was like before I got into it. But I remember that I had to rent this skateboard. I had to rent like pads and a helmet, and I had a helmet that was stupid MVG, no way. Yeah, I had a helmet that was like way bigger on me than it should have been, and I wasn't acclimated to skateboarding yet. I don't remember. I think I must have been like 8 or 9, maybe 10. And there was this it was this ramp, and I just had no idea how steep it was, like, and how fucking fast I was gonna go down it. And it wasn't high up either. It was probably like 5 feet high or 6 feet high. But I just went down, and the board just flew out, and I just straight back. My head just went straight. Dude, if I didn't have a fucking helmet, I would have cracked my head. I would have straight up gotten severe brain damage that day. So shout out to fucking helmets. But I remember it hurt. Even with the helmet though, like it hurt so fucking bad. It hurt so fucking bad, and it shook me. I was like, dude, I'm never fucking skateboarding again. And I had I think the worst headache of not of my life, but it was pretty bad. And honestly, I got bit by the bug though, you know, like even though I got hurt, I was like, I want to learn to skate and I want to get good at skateboarding. And I got pretty good at it. Like I was nowhere near like pro level or anything like that, but I got pretty decent at it. You know, pretty competent. And another time I injured myself, I broke like a couple ribs. I tried to pile a bunch of shit up and then just like jump over it with this cheap plastic ramp. Again, just pure stupidity where I was just like not understanding, like, bro, that's not going to happen. But I did it anyway. And I immediately just like, you know, my board got caught and I slammed my ribs. The problem is I didn't properly rest my ribs, and they like healed. Like there's like a lot of, I don't know, they healed well enough, but I definitely didn't properly rest and recover the way I should have. So they healed a little bit funky. And it, you know, I have like, I don't know, now I just have like fucking cartilage there and shit, like scar tissue, I guess. I don't know what it would be, but MBG, do you have any pictures from those days? I think my mother might have a couple pictures. The next time I see her, I'll see if I can, like, because she has like a totes of like old photos, you know, before smartphones and shit. And I'll see if I can find some. I know I have to have some, but that wasn't the injury that really did me in though. Was I remember I was at like an unloading dock, or a loading dock. I don't know what you would call it, but it was pretty high up. It was like 7 feet, and you know, I thought, man, it would be pretty badass to, you know, there were girls watching, so I got a little bit in my own head. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna impress these girls. I'm just gonna straight up kickflip off of this 7-foot dock, and it's just like, God, man, I was such an idiot. It's like, dude, you're not gonna fucking do that. Like, there's not even a chance. Yeah, my ego totally got in the way, and I think it was like 14 years old or so, 13 or 14. And I really, like, I guess I thought at worst I'll just bail, but it won't be that bad. And I fucking went to go kickflip, and I just like snapped my ankle, bro. Like, it was bad. Like, I couldn't even walk. But even then, like, I had to play it off cool, you know? Like, I just straight up snapped my ankle. I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. And I definitely probably should have called one of my parents to pick me up and take me to the hospital, but I'm such a fucking proud asshole that I was like, I'm gonna make it. I'm just gonna go home now. And I had to like, I tried to play. I was such an idiot that I sat on my skateboard, like ass first on the skateboard, and I was like literally doing this. I was literally doing this like, I'm fine, guys. I just want to go home like this. And it was just so odd. It's like so cringe looking back on it. It's like, dude, you fucked up. Like, you got to go to the hospital. And I was such an idiot that even when I got home and it was clear that like I couldn't fucking walk, like I snapped my ankle, my mother was like, I really put on a show, man. I was like, no. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. It's just a slight sprain. It was definitely more than a slight sprain. Like, I definitely fucked my ankle up. And worst of all, I did nothing, you know, I didn't take care of it. That's what killed me, dude, is I got injured skating, and I was a stupid teenager, and I totally underestimated the damage I was doing to my body at the time, and I didn't let things heal properly. And basically after that, my ankle wasn't really the same. And I kind of learned when I finally got back into it that like, oh shit, like I did permanent damage. I think by now it might be close to like, it's like fully healed, of course, but you know how it is, man. When you're talking about like ligaments and tendons and bone, and if you don't let it heal properly, it's going to be like a permanent injury, potentially. And, you know, I was just an idiot. Saying Domingo 813, pretty cool to hear MBG outside of gaming. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And I was just so passionate about skateboarding for so many years. And even in my early 20s, I was like, maybe I can get back into it. And then I don't know what I did. I forget. I think it was my back too, dude, like my lower back. And I basically transitioned from skateboarding to weightlifting and fitness because I don't know, man. I just kind of felt like, yeah, you know, I hate to admit that the skateboarding thing was, I don't want to call it a phase, but it was like a time and place thing. And as I got older, the reality just dawned on me like, dude, you're not going to ever be pro level. And it's probably best that I tried not to, because it's like, I can't even kickflip off this dock. I should never try to grind rails. Like, I will fucking die. Gym arc incoming. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've injured myself at the gym too at times, but nothing like super severe or anything. I think like the most severe injury I ever got working out was just completely blowing a disc out in my lower back or in my upper back too. I've always had problems with my fucking discs in my back, dude. Just straight up herniating discs. And let me tell you, if you ever herniated, I'm sure at least somebody here has herniated a disc, like a full-on herniation. That shit is unbelievably fucking painful. what the F is a disc injury? Well, basically in your spinal cord, okay, you have your spinal cord, it's bone, in between the section, in between each little section of bone, there are discs basically, and they're kind of like gel. They're like gel, and it's to make it so that, you know, your spine can be maneuverable. You know, you can maneuver your spine and not be in pain. And, you know, you hear about people with spine injuries where they have like degenerative disc issues, and it causes severe like arthritis where your bone is rubbing together because that gel that's supposed to be there, the disc, it's either partially gone or nearly completely gone, and it can be incredible. It's like straight up nerve pain, bro. Saying you have 2 herniated discs, yeah, it's bad. It could be bad. Disc compression, yeah, I've had disc issues in my back like my whole life for some reason, and obviously working out, doing, you know, with improper form at times has made it significantly worse. Even now, like, I still have issues. But you know, just gotta take care of yourself. I gotta take care of myself. But when you know, skateboarding was a major hobby. Lifting, exercise is a major hobby of mine. There are other things that I wish I had like I don't know if you guys feel this way, but there are things that I wish I could get more into, but I just have no interest. Like, for example, when I was younger, I used to be into drawing and art, and I completely got out of that. But as an adult, it's like cooking. MBG, do you cook? I do not cook. Like I know how to cook like very few things, and I'm very bad at it. And, you know, thank God I have my wife. She's a great cook. I don't know what I would do without her. But that's like, it's weird because it's like, I want to have the will. Like, I want to learn how to cook, but I really don't. You get what I'm saying? Like, I wish that I could want that, if that makes sense. I feel that way about like cooking, about like, I don't know, a lot of things, honestly, you know, like I'm not the most mechanically inclined person. I would like to, you know, but I don't know. I think my biggest issue is I'm very, I have an aversion to just like learning new things that I have no interest in, that just do not appeal to me at all. And I don't know, maybe that says something about my personality, but I'm very much the type of person where it's like, if I find something I'm into, like I'm into it, man, like from top to bottom. But if I'm not into it, like, good luck trying to even get my attention, you know? All right, Devil Shooter. We'll see you, man. Thanks for tuning in. I'm actually gonna be ending this in just a moment here. But I do want to, before I go, I do want to let you guys know where we are with total members. So it's worth noting, again, like for this stream, we are at a total of 152 members. Unfortunately, the number here on my end has been stuck at 116 and hasn't moved pretty much this whole time. So I'm going to try to figure out what happens to the remainder of these memberships. But before I go, let me give you a total member count. Let me update it here. So you ready for this? Let me get some guesses in the chat before I give you total member count. How many total members do you think we have? I'm curious to see where you guys think we might be before I give you the final number. $1,300, $1,700, $2,000, $150. Keep in mind, when I say total number, I mean like for all members. Over 9,000. 2,300. Actually, you think 2,300? All right, so check this out. We are at, and this is staggering, guys. Like, this is fucking, I just want to say, like, this is fucking wild. We are at 2,581 members. 2,581. That is fucking crazy. That is, like, dude, that is wild. When I first started, you know, the membership gifting thing, dude, I thought it would take months to get to even 1,000, and to 2,500. I thought that would have taken well over a year and a half, something like that. Guys, you guys did that in less than a month. Less than a month. And the spine rip is like, you know what? Let's add another one to that. Let me update that for you. We're actually at 2,582. Thank you, Spine Rip. That is crazy, though. But here's the important thing to understand, though, about that number, okay? The overwhelming majority of those members, as you know, like having over 2,500 members, the overwhelming majority of them were gifted memberships. So they're not permanent members. That's obviously important. However, out of those 2,500 people, we'll see how many of them decide to remain members now that they, have a taste of what it's like to be a member and have access to all of those perks. But that's the thing, guys. Like, I just want it to be known that every person who is, you're saying that's probably more than you've gotten in the first 5 years. Dude, I've never even remotely gotten anywhere near this number before. And that's thanks to you guys. Who is the oldest member? Who's the eldest member? I know exactly who it is. Devil Child. Yes, one of my personal friends. He is the eldest member. He's the eldest of you all. And I'm sure he's very proud of that. But we have quite a few members that have been here for a while. But I just wanted to leave you guys with that final number because I just want to let you guys know, like Exley, Fred Vance, Corey Lindega, everybody else, Spine Rip, everybody who's been gifting. We have achieved this thanks to you guys, and you have given the membership gift to literally thousands of people at this point, and they've all been able to experience what it's like to be part of this community and engage with it. And so the hope is many of them will choose to continue to support. But yeah, let's just keep that number going as high as it can, man. Let's see if I would like to say if we can reach at some point, I don't know, man, 25. I don't want to say 3K because 2,500 is already wild. Like, that's already insane. So I don't know. I'm going to leave it there. I'll have to think of over time when we hit the milestone of 3K. I'll have to think of something we can do because that's pretty wild. That's pretty insane. So with that being said, guys, I have to give you a big thank you. Nearly a 5-hour stream today. You guys are incredible. Even today, I started with a membership goal of 50, and we crushed over 150. You guys are insane, bro. Absolutely insane. Exley says, happy to help, my friend. Well, very much appreciate it. I mean, seriously, like I said, it's a dream come true. And a big shout out to everybody who super chatted as well. I know we talk a lot about memberships, and we're always talking about memberships, but I always want to make it known that super chats are just as important and just as helpful, and they also keep the conversation going. They help keep me on topic. So I really appreciate all of the support, guys. At this point, I mean, maybe we'll do a stream tomorrow. If tomorrow's a really, really, really quiet day, maybe I'll take tomorrow off, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Like I said, I enjoy streaming so much that it's hard to take a day off. Maybe we'll do like a shorter stream tomorrow. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see what happens with the remainder of these memberships. I'm going to go do some research, and yeah, I had a great time hanging out with you guys. Talked a little bit about my skateboarding days. So that was cool. Domingo, you're saying, I wonder if Phil will ever talk about them T-flops. I pray he doesn't. Hopefully the T-flop conversation is long gone and doesn't return. And that's that. MBG, take a quiet day every once in a while. Yeah, it's hard, man. I gotta admit, like, streaming's kind of, I don't want to say addicting, but it kind of is. Like, it's because it definitely enhances the day. And I just look forward to it. So I'll try my best. All right, guys, that's it. Hit that like button on your way out. Shout out to all you guys. I will catch you in the next one. Until then, guys, take care.